fucking Christ, I don't even know what it was asking me for. Oh, this is the OBS setting, that's why it's doing it. Oh my god, it's trying to use the fucking phone interface. I wonder what dog shit. Amazing to me how bad Twitch is at, like, Oh wait, no, it's awesome, because we love Amazon and stuff, right? Right, Razor? Oh my god, I followed Zatio Mehdi Hassan's thing, and they sent me too many emails. Ugh. How do you not want to kill yourself being on r/conservatives? It just seemed like a bunch of idiots. Razor. Did you just die? How do you not want to kill yourself when you're on r/conservatives? Looked at it for like 5 minutes and I wanted to die. Shaken migrants deported by Trump issue stark warning to others after returning to Colombia. This is the best way to get the word out, those who have been sent back. Sounds like Colombian propaganda bullshit to me. Whatever, at least they will think twice about coming back. A lot of them want to do this weird thing where they want to correct to the term illegal alien. Illegal alien fixed it. Like,
what the fuck?
What? Hello, Callie.
Bill. Opportunity. Vaccine. Abolishing the internal revenue.
No, what happened to Dylan? Did he get just mega demonetized again, or? Thought he was in the States. What happened? I'm on the edge of my seat. His house burnt down? What the fuck? And he's not even in California. Jesus Christ, this man. Is he okay? Was it Hassan? Did he do it? Did he burn down Dylan's house? Dylan, like Dylan Burns, Dylan? It would be his grandparents' house, right? Cause that's where he's staying with when I don't know if he like rents. I don't really know his situation. He's okay. He lost his cat. Oh, that's horrible. Oh man, I'm so sorry. That's horrible. I don't know. I'm saying it to you, but like that's horrible. Jesus Christ, what is the world coming to? We're at the end of it. Whatever. They want to abolish the IRS. So I mean, we're living in a clown world. The only fun thing was my cousin was being mean to my mom because my mom was like, this is crazy what's happening. It's so chaotic. And then she's like, I don't know why, like, when I complain, people told me to, like, calm the fuck down. But when you complain, I guess it's just okay. And it's like, what's the logic through line there? But it's like, bitch, if you really care that much, you could just block my mom, dude. And I told her to call, the funny thing was that I told her to call, or I texted my mom. You'll get a kick out of this. I said, call Holly a cunt. And then she just said, yep. You know my mom, she's a very, I don't know why you would, but like she's a very professional person. So for me, that's fucking hilarious. But I'm so sorry to hear that Dylan's cat passed and the fact, and his house fucking burned down. Jesus Do we know what happened? Like, was it like a force? Well, he lives in. Well, no, he's from like DC, right? Or like the DC area. That's where. I guess I don't know where he like lives. Like I know his family's from that area. Yeah, Maryland. But I don't imagine it would be a forest fire. I wasn't home when it happened. Wait, rules? Okay, so Razor's the reason why you're seeing me on r/conservative, by the way, is because Razor said that it would be peak stream content. And I like the idea that the rules are personal attacks, bigotry, Reddit quit, trolling. I know I can like click and like expand these things, but it just makes it seem like you have to do personal attacks, bigotry, Reddit quit? Quete? Right, ready quit? Oh, like etiquette. But like Reddit. You have to do voting and complaints. You have to do liberal talking points. You might I don't know anything then. Well, fuck, I'm really sorry for him if he lost, you know, his cat. That's as somebody who lost my cat during some bullshit, like I can sympathize for sure. Big yikes, bro. My house almost burnt down once. Luckily we live in an incredibly boring neighborhood and like 13 cop cars or fire engines showed up within like 7 minutes. I will always send for firefighters. They're all cheaters usually, but like we still love our firefighters. And it's like the most like fucking bougie way to have my house almost like burned down, where my pool heater, which for some reason was on in the middle of summer, overheated and literally lit on fire. Which luckily somebody was outside to hear it, or that could have gone way worse. Yeah. They didn't finish it. Are they supposed to? They never stained the fence. The deal? Oh, okay. You said that it was.
I thought it was.
Are you gonna do it?
Yes.
I mean, I could just paint it. Actually, you know, I'll just paint it. That might be fun. Before or after? First?
Actually,
I'll paint it. Might kind of be fun. Paint it with like a big Kamala's face or something. Got paid to sit outside for 3 hours, and as soon as everything was good, it was my time to clock out. What? Hey, she can come back. She's young enough.
no.
Also, she's not a failure in her life. She's a very accomplished woman.
Very
Well, that's the DNC's fault.
Let's be fair.
I think that she reminds me of my mom. And you know that's fair.
It's gonna have to be a white man. Possibility.
Well, last time we got a, you know, mega dub was a black man. We gotta get more black men in politics, bro. Jake Paul boxes. He's probably got like CTE already. When I was a cadet, some kid lit a fire in a college dorm sink. That's fine though. Well, it was a sink. I don't really... Of what? Like wood? Trump is crashing. Trump's always crashing out. That's... It just means he's taking the rest of us with him like he's an Egyptian prince. When I was in college, we, for some reason, you know, as a dumbass in America... Wait, Kelby, in Canada, your drinking age is like 18, right? In America, it's all 21. And so we only had like a hookah or whatever to have like fun or whatever at that time. So we had, you know, the fire detector, smoke detector. We'd like get like a bowl and then like you like duct tape it to the ceiling and then you'd like smoke in the bathroom or whatever. 19 where I live? That's sick. Are you laughing at what my mom said?
Under you. For December 3rd.
Old enough to kill, but for drinking. What? Nix, are you also Canadian? Apparently there was an update to my OBS that I can potentially dual stream to YouTube, but I was getting really fucking annoyed with it because I just noticed and I was like, I don't have the brain power for this right now, but that might be fun. Your birthday is next week? Nice. Let me guess, you'll be 29. From the good old state of Virginia. I have no joke for that. And I thought I would... Oh, I was close. Speaking of jokes, what's Trump got on?
Free sparked panic, fear, and confusion as states said that Medicaid payments were paused and the Medicaid website portal went dark. With that just being one of a million things happening with the administration right now. M23.
I love how, like, I don't know if you guys saw, like, one of the stupid ass dumb bitch secretary whatever.
Oh,
I was gonna send that to you earlier. Well, no shit. The doomsday clock of... It's not like it ever goes backwards. Well, not when Republicans are in charge. But, I feel kind of high right now. What the fuck? Yeah, no, everything that they're doing, this is what I said at the beginning of this. We're all gonna die. This is the end of the world. This administration is literally the end of the world. This is why, at least if we're mean to conservatives at this point, it's kind of fun. Like my mom, the most professional woman in the world, like agreed, like who, you know, is a hardworking, self-made millionaire, without like having to compromise her morality at all, because she's made her own like she agreed with calling my cousin a cunt. Give it 9 years, but yeah, starting now. Yeah, we're cooked. We're really cooked. Like literally, again, we're cooked. When I say cooked, we're at a tipping point here. They literally just want evil things. It's amazing. It's kind of like hilarious. And at least we can say you did this. This is exactly the Ethan Klein joke with Ben Shapiro, where it's like his joke was related to the fact that like, you know, they're both Jewish. And then when the Holocaust happens for their people that he wants them to go first, it's kind of the same situation, right? Where it's like, we're all going to end up in the same place. We're all going to die. But I want you to go first, okay? I want bad things to happen to you first, so I laugh while I'm also, like, burning alive. You know? Like, it's not like I'm not taking a fat L too. We're taking L's together, bro. It's not my fault, asshole.
Three rebels have now
anyways.
captured portal went dark, with that just being one of a million things happening with the administration right now. M23 rebels have now captured the key Congolese city of Goma, and a 489
That's why I still stand by what I said about people who voted for Trump should kill themselves. Because they're to blame for those. They don't have to, but I think they should.
rapper is now suing Lyft over alleged weight discrimination. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it. But first, an announcement. Y'all are making some loud demands in those comments yesterday, and do not worry, I got you. From now till we'll see over at beautifulbastard.com, you can snag yourself some feels like we're stuck in a snow globe and some asshole keeps shaking it gear. You can grab yours right now on some great shirts, crews, and hoodies. And for you PG, Pollies, and princesses out there, I have a clean version for you as well. So yeah, wear your feelings, grab any and everything you want over at beautifulbastard.com right now. But like I said, we have a lot of news to talk about today, starting with this. We need to talk about Donald Trump taking steps to ban trans troops in the
You know, I'm gonna make a shirt that says all people who voted for Trump should kill themselves, but I'm gonna have it in like a really, really obtuse font. Oh, it'll be in Wingdings. And then we'll be the dog whistlers that that the Nazis.
military, freezing federal loans and grants, firing prosecutors who helped criminally investigate him, and ordering the CDC to stop working with the World Health Organization immediately. And if all of that feels overwhelming, arguably that's part of the point. We're constantly flooding the zone with so much it scatters and confuses your opposition. And there have been 9 straight days of that, but we're gonna make it consumable for right now. So let's start with the 4 executive orders that Donald Trump signed
Cope harder, traitor.
yesterday, focused on the military.
I love you saying that, Acorn. That's a Canadian.
Order there that's gotten the most attention being the one
I
that
agree,
paves
though.
the way for a ban on transgender troops. Like a specific
This is why I don't think male rights is actually American. I don't believe it. He seems like somebody who's like LARPing as an American.
the order doesn't immediately ban trans people from serving, but rather it directs the
Wait, what? Oh, they're banning trans people from the military? What the fuck? What is going on here? I thought you wanted more people in the military. Nobody wants to join the goddamn military, bro.
Pentagon to revise medical standards, arguing
Especially if you're just gonna randomly fire them.
the department's policy for troop readiness is, quote, inconsistent with medical, surgical, and mental health constraints on individuals with gender dysphoria. And then adding, many mental and physical health conditions are incompatible with active duty, from conditions that require substantial medication or medical treatment to bipolar and related disorders, eating disorders, suicidality, and prior psychiatric hospitalization.
If you can't have people who are suicidal in the military, you're gonna have like 3 people.
Now, with that, something that's very notable and you might be able to see is that this doesn't just apply to trans people. You have experts saying that this list
What's up, Brickney? The end of the world is what's happening right now.
could impact tens of thousands
I
of people.
appreciate you guys all being here on this stream to watch it with me as well, because it makes me feel at least at least we can have a little fun while we're slowly sinking
various health
into
conditions, depending on how it's
the
interpreted. But the order
muck.
makes it very clear that trans people are the main intended target here, with it appearing to aim at them in personal terms and claiming that, quote,
Have you considered that the military is too woke because they have DEI stuff like having to report sexual harassment and rapes? But you don't think of that? That's true. I guess I don't really think about it. Because that seems like that would be a good thing. That you'd have to report those things. But maybe those guys doing the rapes or whomever is doing the rapes, maybe they're like a really good shot or something. You know? And that for some reason would be relevant for my CSGO team. Maybe he's really good at CSGO and I want to win. I want to get to diamond to get like a gun skin or something. Have you thought of that? Didn't think so, liberal.
Quote, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. With it then going on to accuse trans troops of going against a soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle, even in one's personal life, and adding, a man's assertion.
What? Let me read this. Consistent with the military missions and long-standing duty policies, expressing a false gender identity. What? Divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. Why? Beyond the hormonal and surgical medical interventions involved. Well, are they implying that they would be okay if you still had a... Like, I identify as non-binary, but, like, I don't want, like, to take hormones or surgery. Like, is that cool? My guessing would be that they would say no. But beyond the hormonal and surgical medical intervention involved, adoption of a gender identity inconsistent with an individual's sex conflicts with a soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle. God, this makes me want to kill myself. Even in one's personal life. Pete Hegseth, a military man, is accused of rape multiple times. Huh? A man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that... Wait, why is this only on trans men? Oh, is this on trans women? Oh, yeah, no. Why is this specifically just stating trans women? The trans men are cool? I guess because they get, like, the good hormone in their eyes, which is the testosterone or something. A man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that others honor this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member? What? That is an insane take. Jesus Christ. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, do you think that if somebody says that they're cool and they're definitely... Do you think, like, let's give an example. Do you think the fact that, Tim Pool, does not confirm that he's bald, and consistently just wears a hat all the time, do you think that he would, not be able to serve because that would be, a dishonored falsehood if he ever claimed that he had hair? Or ignored it or something, or didn't think it was relevant. Like, what are we talking about here? This is so stupid. Yeah, the worst kind of bald is the one who doesn't accept that they're bald. Just take the B. Take the bald. Not an L. Take the B. B stands for bald and big dick. You know, we love our bald kings and queens and anyone in between. Probably should have tried to start to speak the second I was taking a drink. Yeah, grow a beard. You still got, like, facial hair. Do people get, like, facially bald?
All the blues, like...
I showed you an image of that, Razor, where it would be like a circle, and then we'd fight them from the outside.
Felt like, basically, separate.
I have a receding hairline. Well, everyone does to some extent, right? That's cool. Just own it. Just, there's gonna be a point where you're gonna have to take the B. I've always had a really kind of deep hairline. It's not getting worse. It's just it is what it is. Because my hairline goes back really. My hairline is kind of, you know, it's kind of weird. Is my hairline is oddly deep on my back of my neck. Like, my hairline on my back of my neck goes to, like, here. So, like, I have, like, roots that go to, like that start here on the back of my neck. So it's, like, proportionally fine, but it's, like, a little weird here at the front, but it's not like it's receding. It's different. It's not really that relevant, but you know what I mean? I haven't had a haircut in over 6 months. My hair is a mess. Yeah, I need to get my bangs cut. I have a thing I paid for, you know, my wedding that I will get, you know, try out a styling for makeup and hair and stuff like that. So I'm hoping they'll cut my hair when they do that as well. So I don't actually have to go and separately get my hair cut. And if they don't, I'm gonna be really pissed. You know what I noticed? A lot of these wedding people, especially when it comes to like the female bullshit or the feminine bullshit, they nickel and dime you like crazy, dude. It's insane. Barbers are butchers. Speak for your own barber, I guess. Wait, both of the dogs are inside, right? Razor? Both of the dogs are inside, right? I have one. What do you mean no? Ben near you? Ben? I'm sure I did, but now I'm just scared. I'm so paranoid. Ben? Here. Okay, Ben was inside. Don't ever cut your hair. I cut my hair all the time. I'm just not very good at it. You wanna learn how to cut your own hair? There's a lot of YouTube tutorials that can help you. I'm impatient and impulsive.
Horrible year.
That's America's ass? Those are the words we need? You look like a Game of... I don't even know what that means. You look like a Game of Thrones character. Yeah, which one? I don't feel like... that would be very significant. But not great either. Yeah, I guess we're in the same boat with that one.
There's stores putting locks on the Ben & Jerry's.
Why? One of the unwashed Northmen with
Because
giant
they're,
beards.
like, supporting.
A friend of mine is very much like that. Like he looks exactly like an extra. So I get what you're saying. Cause he'll let his beard go fucking buck wild, and he'll just have that and like the crazy hair and stuff. I get what you're saying with that. So are they gonna make being gay legal? That is in probably 2025. So, Razor, is there a way we could get a prenup where it's not like financially relevant as much as it's just like we don't physically own each other? Because I don't know if I want to get married if you're gonna be able to physically own me, like, or sorry, not physically, legally own me. We gotta reread Project 2025 because they're doing everything that they said they were gonna do.
Literally,
How much the military leaders speak on honor and then maneuver politically and backstab one another on the... Well, the thing is, actually, that's not the case in a lot of, like, higher military positions, because military, that's why they call them woke generals, because they're just, like, fine. Because a lot of, you know, higher up, like, generals, like, who have served with people for, like, their entire life has been, you know, served in the military. They understand the realities of, you know, diversity being their strength. Not like inherently that diversity is the strength, but that having people of different... Well, I guess you could argue that, but whatever. Let's ignore my poor phrasing. But, like, the idea that it doesn't matter who you're working with in a situation that is, like, You want the best person. You just want the best person. They don't give a shit who they are. They don't give a shit what they stand for. They don't care. They just want the best person. And that's what like an actual guy, you know, I said that colloquially, but like a person who like has served their entire life in the military, like you don't, like a lot of generals have talked about it, they don't give a shit about trans people because they served with them, you know, before they transitioned. They were great before and they were great after. They would rather have that person there than not have that person, than have that person who is skilled, talented, knowledgeable, you know, of whatever reason that they were a good, you know, teammate. They don't give a shit about the fact that they're trans or whatever. Like, because that's low IQ bullshit. Like, if you really want to have the most effective military, you don't have all of these bullshit like, we can't have women in the military. Like, why? Like, you don't think that women have, for one, historically been a fantastic part of, even if we're like, I know a lot of dumbasses think that like for some reason the military is just like, oh, how much can you bench press or something. But no, like if you're talking about like tactics, missions, goals, stuff like that, you want to have a diverse group of individuals. That's why when you get like your Avengers ass squad, you have a bunch of different type of people who are good at different things, because that's how you make a good team. Nobody who's ever been in a situation where like even tactical, like an actual tactical situation is like, no, we can't have women because they're like sneaky or something. They have like periods and that's kind of gross. Like nobody would do that. If you're actually gonna be like full in on the idea of like, let's have the strongest military, you're gonna take everybody, bro. Why wouldn't you? It's mostly about getting your qualification to drive the forklift and run. That is also true, Rona. I mean, it has nothing to do with the military might be full of dumbasses, but I'm saying like the idea that the military is being run by dumbasses, where the military itself is filled with dumbasses, but there's a lot of people that are within it that are not, that are the like generals and shit. When I mean by run by dumbasses, I don't mean like the generals again. I mean like the dumbass fuckers who have never seen combat in a day of their life, who are making all these grand decisions, like Donald Trump, a man who literally got out of being drafted by saying he has bone spurs. Wait, why wasn't that in the movie? I guess the year wasn't right? Because Trump got out of Vietnam. When was the Vietnam? Oh. Quick pro, show me your dick. It's the only way. Diversity is key to modernization. Correct. It's just because it's, you know, we need more autists running the world, dude. I honestly think Elon Musk is kind of lying about being autistic. I think he's just an idiot. I don't claim him. Anyways, all of this is doing, to kind of put a bow on this, is it's just going to make us weaker. We're going to kick out trans people from the military? Like, what the fuck? Why? Is there any evidence that they were causing issues? I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. No. Okay, I don't use it for anything.
Assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that others honor this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service.
The humility and selflessness required of a service member. I guess this is maybe an aspect of the dehumanization they want. You want you to be literally like a orc grunt or whatever. Like, what? You know what? You also shouldn't be able to have a family. Like, honestly, if you're gonna say that being trans as they're saying, a man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirements that others honor this falsehood is not consistent with humility and selflessness required of a servant. You shouldn't be able to have a family either. It's a distraction. You shouldn't be thinking about your wife or like, you know, your kids. That's not being selfless. What do you mean? What, you think that you have the right to have a family? You're not having humility either. Fuck you.
Service member. But with all that, it's now being reported that rights groups are already preparing to file a lawsuit against this order, so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there. And again, that was just one action that was focused on the military that Trump took yesterday. He also signed 2 separate orders directing the Pentagon to end DEI programs and start the process
F? Did we F? Looks fine on my end.
of creating a next-generation missile defense shield for the
Is
United
Trump taking me down?
States that Trump is calling the Iron Dome for America. With that being in reference to Israel's infamous defense system. And then the final order, it would reinstate and offer back pay to members of the military who were discharged for refusing to get the COVID vaccine.
That's also such an insane thing. The idea that you want a strong military, but you don't want these retards to be who refuse to get COVID-19 like vaccinations. You want those people fighting? You want pestilence? This guy literally is the Antichrist. He is one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. He is pestilence. Everything he wants is just disease is spreading. Oh my God. I feel like he's unintentionally making me religious. He's literally the Antichrist. Yeah, literally, Acorn, people who don't follow orders, you want those assholes back in uniform? Do you know anything about how tactics work? But the real question is, do you think that Trump would be pro pirate software or anti-pirate software?
There's pirate software.
Because on two levels with this, yes, but let me finish what I'm saying before you distract me. On 2 levels, he did pardon Albright, which again was inherent. Like, if you know anything about the Silk Road, it was like a drug dealing like mecca. So clearly he doesn't give a shit about drug dealers, right? So he loves like pirate type of thing, like the Silk Road. However, he does have long hair, and that does make him seem like a little bit of a hippie. So I'm really curious what, see, hard-hitting journalism, oh, they said that they were going to offer, speaking of hard-hitting journalism, if you're a social media, like, person, like, I could, like, apply for, media credentials to the White House. Obviously, it's going to be, like, just some bullshit where it's, like, going to be, I don't know, XQC, and, Hayden Ross or some shit, but hey, maybe we can get in there.
Pirate software.
Okay, so what's the new pirate software stuff? Oh yeah, people like getting mad at him for like 15 years ago. He was like weird in Second Life, which is like, I don't know who wasn't weird in Second Life. Do we really care about that? These people are taking it way too far with this shit. Get mad at him for the things he actually did.
How
old is he now? Second Life was a thing in like
he's like
2002.
30,
Yeah, he would have been, he's around like,
30.
so he's in between me and you
This
age.
is-
Yeah, that's not that, like,
yeah.
he's probably weird. I mean,
feel
I
like-
probably did some weird shit at 22, not like that, but like I'm sure there's
What do you do
something.
before, like,
I just think like, well, I think like if you get got for it, like at the time, it's different. But like if it's like such a long time ago, also like the culture shift has changed. Like they said, they were saying he was sexually harassing people in like Second Life, right? Where again, the culture,
they said the biggest
which is
claim-
also ridiculous. Like, what else do you
claim
do?
is that I think
Oh, but how long did she work at Second Life?
I have no idea.
No, you get the joke I was trying to make.
It's on the
Did you get the joke I was trying to make? Because he talks about how long because he talks about how long he worked at Blizzard. I guess that wasn't a good joke. Okay, my bad. If we can't keep going to the well of judging people morally when they're accepted as being bad guys, and how are we supposed to maintain this heady feeling of moral superiority and control? Yeah. I have to admit, I watched the rest of Destiny's stream he did yesterday. I think he's actually streaming right now. Call me crazy, but the content has not changed, so I still like the content because his takes are still good. Whether he's a bad fucking person is irrelevant to his takes. I have to obviously, you know, separate those things. But I never agreed with Destiny just because I liked him. I agreed with him because I liked his takes. It was about the things he said, not what he did. Necessarily. Anyways, let's not get into the weeds on that one. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Reinstating service members discharged under the military. I feel like one of the biggest examples of why, like, these people were removed for a reason. Because they probably are also like these psychopaths, like that fucking Trump supporter who got shot in the car, dude, because he was being a fucking freak and had a bunch of guns in it. These people are removed for a reason, dude. Chaos.
Vaccine is mandated by the Pentagon. So there, it's unclear right now how many people that's going to impact because the Biden
Also, that's like one of the worst things is like if you've known anyone that's ever joined the military, they give you all of the vaccines, and you know why? Because they want you to have a fucking strong military. They want you getting sick and getting everyone else sick. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, why the hell else do you to get a vaccine? It is a win-win. It stops your symptoms, like sneezing and shit, or you have like a really bad case where you're just like snotting all over yourself and like getting more likely to spread the virus. And also, you're not getting fucked by it. I got COVID like last year, and I was sick pretty bad for like 1 day, and then I was fine. People died from this. Millions of people died from it. And if I wouldn't have gotten the vaccine, potentially I could have. I don't know. I don't live the most healthy life. But like, I was fine. If we're talking about, you know, like top tier, like military qualities, I don't want some bunch of unvaccinated fucks in my military. Like, why are we letting the virus win on this one, dude? They give you the vaccine for bioweapons, and if you're a sewage worker, yeah, they give you literally like all of the vaccines, right? Don't they like hit you with like a shit ton? You know, that's like because you have to. Why wouldn't that be a requirement? You want to fight in our military? You gotta, I don't know, have like protection. We're not sending you out there with like sticks and shit. You get body armor and all that shit. They want to protect you because they want you to be an effective fighter. A vaccine is basically the exact same thing as wearing fucking armor, dude. Combat happens in multiple different, or things that can fuck you up happen in a lot of different versions, whether it be a bullet or a disease. You want to be protected. You are the guy, you know, using the colloquially, but like, you are the person who needs to be able to defend yourself from this shit. You remember the peanut butter shot? Oh no. So did these people have to take the COVID-19 vaccine to get back? Or are there a bunch of like vulnerable fuckheads in the military who, again, are not following orders, or who are proven to not follow orders, are going to be reinstated? That are like disease time bombs potentially? Like, did they have to take the COVID-19 vaccine to get back in? My guess would be no, because that would make too much sense, and we're in chaos world. But maybe getting a wad of peanut butter injected into your ass cheeks. Aranda, I'm gonna tell you something about vaccines and shit. You probably got some great vaccines that are better than the shit we would get. However, when we're talking about pain, if we're talking about like what it feels like getting a water, I've had lip injections. So for me, needles, it's fine. I don't know if we're talking about like the pain aspect of it or something, but for me, it's I'm not afraid of needles. Where they're literally poking the shit out of your lips. I got complimented on how well I was doing, but maybe they said about everybody. But I don't like move or anything. Did you then sit on your face? Did I sit on my own face? No. Because we had to. Is there a video describing what you're talking about? Can you find one? Because I would love to learn. Did I tell you to like move around or something? I guess I don't really know what what we're talking about here. The slang term for the Bacillian vaccination that military recruits received during basic training. It's a thick, creamy penicillin injection that given into a muscle. Oh yeah, muscle shots are always rough. What's up, Gustavo? Because they're always like slow, I guess, to spread, right? Because you have to like absorb it. It's not like going into the bloodstream where then it's like immediately going through your body. Like your muscles just like absorb it. That makes sense. I'm getting. I feel like I'm in my head getting what you guys are putting down there. Barely walk for a couple of days. Well, if it was for anthrax, I don't get an anthrax vaccine. Is anthrax even like a thing anymore? Or is it just like not popular? I don't really even know what happened with that. That was like such a big thing in like the like post 9/11 or whatever, and I feel like I don't hear anything about it. It's like how fentanyl I've never heard of before, like the past like 6 years. This shit just comes in waves. You're supposed to rub it constantly. Somebody in my platoon told everyone to lessen the pain. I forgot to do it and regretted it. Yeah, because it's supposed to absorb, right? Because when a lot of things like when you inject it into like muscles, it's like it's just to absorb it, which then obviously you'd want to spread it more, which I assume was what the massaging that you're talking about, because you want to get the blood flow and all that type of stuff. But like, ugh. Did you get to pick a cheek, or did they just do it for you? Like left or right? I assume not like right in the middle. That'd be crazy. It spreads through livestock naturally. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought it was like a synthetic thing. I didn't realize it was like an actual. So it's like akin to like bird flu, I guess. We do that later so I can put it. All right, anyway, speaking
The administration actually rescinded the vaccine mandate 2 years ago. Though we do know just over 100 of the more than 8,000 service members who were discharged have rejoined. Right, so those were the military orders. But then we got to move on to another big piece of Trump administration news, and that being that the White House Office of Management and Budget, right, OMB,
I can't get over this photo looking like he's like, did you ever as a kid do this? Hold on. All right, it was a scary night. It was raining and there was wolves howling outside, like where you put like the flashlight under your face. I can't unsee that he just has a flashlight in his hand, like straight up at his face. Like that's all I'm seeing. I'm just seeing like a Photoshop here of like his arm being right here and a flashlight just looking straight up at him.
Big piece
It's a
of Trump
horrible
administration
photo.
news, and that being that the White House Office of Management and Budget, right, OMB, they've ordered a pause on federal grants and loans, effectively freezing trillions of dollars. And this move was announced in a 2-page memo sent to agencies late last night, with the action set to take effect at 5 p.m. today. And this decision has set off a massive wave of panic and confusion because the memo is incredibly vague and it's really unclear how far-reaching this is going to be or
He's
how long it'll even
enlightened?
be in place.
Well, he's kind of like the opposite. He's in. Maybe it's also. Maybe he got the orb. Do you guys remember the orb photo? Maybe he stole it from the Saudis. Because it literally does look like the same type of lighting. It's not a TikTok. It's literally his fucking presidential photo. It's insane. He's got the orb in front of him. It's in his hands. Like the Palantir.
The memo outlining the move only states that agencies, quote, must temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance and other relevant agency
Jesus, Nix.
activities that may be implicated by the executive orders, including but not limited to financial assistance for foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology,
Woke gender ideology, which is what?
and the Green New Deal. With them then ordering
And the Green New... What? That didn't pass. What are we talking about? What Green New Deal? We never got a Green New Deal. What? Next, you gotta stop stalking her, all right? She's a butterfly. She'll go where she goes.
all agencies to complete a comprehensive analysis to identify programs, projects, and activities that could go against Trump's executive orders. Though it also doesn't set a date.
The most sued person in history? Probably. I think he's the Antichrist.
Apparently.
Mel Rights USA. Maybe they were hanging out in VR chat. I don't know why I said that.
For when the freeze will be lifted, saying only that the agencies need to report their findings to OMB by February 10th, right? And asserting that agencies must keep the pause on grants and loans in place until OMB has reviewed their findings and provided guidance to each agency. And one of the big things there is that could take a while. We're talking about every single federal agency trying to figure out if many programs that they oversee go against Trump's orders, which is why we're seeing agencies scrambling to try and figure out what this means. And as they do, the pause will disrupt and delay funding that fuels the American economy and serves tens of millions of people, potentially maybe hundreds. Or we're seeing experts saying the memo could halt tons of essential federal functions.
Oh, wait. What did she say? She just says chaos. Chaos. We're basically in a again. That's Chinese propaganda, Razor. We can't stop. Or we can't keep talking about Marvel Rivals. Oh, that was really good.
Maximum pulse.
Maximum Pulse. Again! That's so funny. They didn't want to do like in between lines where it was like again. Like they didn't. They wanted just the exact same line. Stop trying to bait me. I'm over it. Jeff has no power over me anymore.
Oh.
Who's the person I like to play? Oh, you and me against the world. It's us against the world. I played Cloak and Dagger. And Jeff. But Jeff has betrayed me.
Yes.
Jeff is super cute still. Anyways,
and millions of people, potentially, I mean, hundreds. Where we're seeing experts saying the memo could halt
We're
tons of
talking
essential
about
federal functions,
we're talking about Marvel Rivals, which I haven't uninstalled, and I do not have TikTok on my phone. I'm the only person probably not being mega spied on, but I'm publicly putting out my thoughts anyway, so, you know, doesn't matter anyways.
including hundreds of billions of dollars in grants to
Would I
state,
interview
local,
Zelensky? No, I'd be super cringe. I'd be too starstruck. I think Zelensky is literally a somebody worthy of our like founding fathers in terms of like what he's doing for that country. Because again, Biden actually like said like you can come to America, and he's like, no, I'm going to stand my ground with my people, and he's done nothing but advocate for his people the entirety of his presidency. I think that he's a very good person, and I wouldn't I feel like I don't deserve his presence in any way. I don't think I would be able to ask him anything interesting. I think I would just like be starstruck, you know what I mean? But also Lex is at best a naive idiot. Yeah, saying he at best that's the case is, I think, appropriate. I didn't see a lot of the interview, but it seems like there wasn't really a lot to talk about in it. I think that Zelensky was right to do it because he, you know, came off well from what I saw. But I think that for me it wasn't particularly interesting. Not only for Ukraine but for the world. Yeah, that's also true as well. It's appeasement doesn't work, you know? It's not gonna work, doesn't work, never has. You know me, I'm a gigantic Ukraine simp. As much as I think that the, you know, Ukrainian climate and their architecture is kind of shit, but that's irrelevant. I think that the people are amazing, and that they're absolutely, in a principled sense, deserve to be their own people because they want to be, and they have no reason not to be, and they voted for freedom. They literally ousted a Russian stooge in the Euromaidan protest, and that's fucking badass. So the Ukrainian people are incredibly strong. Like, they are fucking badass people, bro. Like, and it's not like a weird, like, white, like, nationalist type bullshit. No, they're just strong because they have no other choice. They have had a bunch of bullshit constantly over their head about, like, Russia trying to take them back. And they're like, no, I'm not doing that. That's fucking some America-ass shit, bro. Like, that is some absolute, like, 17... Like, you know, like, Tim Pool's like, oh, January 6th, 17... All of that bullshit... fucking retarded. Ukraine actually doing some 1776 shit. They're moving away from an imperialist or an imperial power and having their own independence. They are like the most American European country. And I don't know if anyone would disagree with that. And if you do, then you're an idiot. This is why I sim for Ukraine, because I sim for America when it comes to what we stand for and our ideas. Whether or not we've failed at getting there in the way our methods, I'm not going to deny any of that, but I am a theater nerd at heart, and I cannot deny the inspiring nature of Ukraine and Zelensky specifically. For Biden literally asked him, or it was like, yeah, we'll come get you, and he's like, no, I'm not going to leave my people. And that shit, that's some peak theater moment. I think he clearly loves his people. He'll fight. He was willing to die for them, like they were doing. And I think that's fucking badass. So, I love Zelensky. But our commie blocks, Gustavo, that I think that, you know, it's not Ukraine's fault for having commie blocks. I think commie blocks are ugly. The funny thing is, commie blocks actually can look quite nice. I think in like Moldova or something. That's probably not the right. Like some commie blocks have been painted really nicely, and they look like you know, some like weird aesthetic touches that can make commie blocks look really nice. But I think generally speaking, commie blocks are ugly. If you guys don't know what a commie block is, it's this. I don't hate commie blocks in general, like as the concept, but I just think they're ugly. It's like literally like cartoonishly like boring housing. Cunty, no, I'm saying commie, like communist blocks. You see when they paint them, they look quite nice. But like a lot of commie blocks just look like this shit. Yeah, you can make, well, this is more unique, but like commie blocks usually look like this. And you can make them look nice. It's just generally speaking, people don't tend to care about them. Yeah, they look prison-ish, exactly. Come on, this critique is so 80s. Correct. Moving on.
Tribal governments, disaster relief aid, funding for transportation, homeless shelters, key programs that help the most vulnerable Americans, and much, much more. The thing is, that even includes some...
Oh no, they've got some actually great architecture. I just been a hater with the commie blocks.
Projects that directly advance Trump's own agenda, like one that helps state and federal law enforcement counter drug trafficking organizations. But some of the biggest questions here have been how will this impact Medicaid and food stamps, which together are used by more than 100 million people. Where the memo said absolutely nothing about...
Oh, didn't she lie about the fact that the what's her bitch or whatever? I think lied about that it wasn't going to affect the food stamps, which it does, I'm pretty sure.
These essential programs, even while specifying that similar ones like Medicare and Social Security would not be impacted. And I mean, today, as I was filming this, we saw absolute chaos playing out in real time. When Trump's press secretary was asked whether Medicaid was frozen at a press conference, she was totally unable to answer the question, responding, "I'll check back on that." And she got so messy that the OMB issued another memo to agencies trying to clarify, saying that mandatory programs like Medicaid and SNAP will continue without pause.
Oh, so SNAP will continue. Oh, so she was even wrong about that. That's funny.
Then adding, among other programs, there also won't be pauses on funds for small businesses and farmers, Pell Grants for students, rental assistance, and Head Start, which promotes the school readiness for low-income families. But this new memo then also...
Am I being an idiot? What is OMB? He's saying OMB. What is OMB? President Executive. They should consult OMB to begin to unwind these. What is OMB? OMB? Office of Management Budget. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I don't think I knew that before, so I don't feel stupid for not knowing that because I don't think I knew it. Like, as in, like, I forgot it. Like, because I just didn't know it before. Whether or not I think I'm stupid for that.
Head Start, which promotes the school readiness for low-income families. But this new memo then also claiming that any program that provides direct benefits to Americans is explicitly excluded from the pause and exempted from this review process. But you also have people saying it's unclear what that means because a lot of federal money that goes to individuals is actually first given to states and organizations that then distribute it. And what's more, despite the new memo's claim that Medicaid won't be interrupted and Head Start wouldn't have funds paused, we saw...
Let's do a little test here. I'm not on Medicaid. I'm gonna do this off screen just in case it, like... Sometimes Google gets kind of wild. Medicaid, Texas. Medicaid and CHIP, Texas. Let's see. I don't have an account, so I guess I couldn't log in because it was the portal that was the problem. So the website would be fine. The website's fine. This Texas Medicaid, but the portal was the thing that would have gone down. Oh, I bet the Spanish ones. But oh, that's just for the website though. Apply for benefits. Well, it might like autofill show. That's why I'm being like particularly careful. Okay, so this is still working. It's not making me sign. If I try and log in. Okay, no. So currently, all of this seems to be working in Texas right now. Just so we're on the same page of what's going on here. It did go down earlier today, but it seems like it's working. I don't have like a portal to log into, so maybe that's not working, but I can't test that.
Numerous reports to the contrary. Right, providers who run Head Start programs reported today that they were unable to access federal funds because they lost access to the Federal Office of Head Start's payment site. You also had Senator Ron Wyden tweeting that his staff has confirmed reports that Medicaid portals are down in all 50 states following last night's federal funding freeze, with him then calling the move a blatant attempt to rip away health insurance from millions of Americans overnight and will get people killed. So then with that, we did see Trump's press
Yeah, Razor was saying, like, imagine if you had a surgery today.
Secretary sharing a statement on X in the afternoon saying, the White House is aware of the Medicaid website portal outage. We have confirmed no payments have been affected. They are still being processed.
Medicare or Medicaid?
Medicaid.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Sent. We expect the portal will be back online shortly. And I mean, you've got experts saying that this will have a whole other host of sweeping ramifications with, for example, the chief executive of the National Council of Nonprofits saying in a statement, from pausing research on cures for childhood cancer to halting food assistance.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, he's the Antichrist. Trump is literally the Antichrist. Like, everything that they advocate for is just bad. And again, I, as a leftist, am willing to even, like, hear dissenting voices about this. But the thing is that there's none anymore. And I don't mean, like, dissenting voices against, like, Trump. I mean, like, people who would disagree with me. And the thing is, they don't have any arguments anymore because they don't, for one, a lot of them are just dumbasses who have no idea what's going on, but they don't know anything. They don't know anything. And it's not that I'm ignoring them. It's just that I do engage, you know, how annoying people are, like male rights, but there's nothing to be said. They don't have anything. I'm giving them the fucking chance to say stuff and they never do because they don't have anything.
Safety from domestic violence and closing suicide hotlines, the impact of even a short
Can't confirm an dumbass. We love that for you.
pause in funding could be devastating and cost lives. And then claiming this order could decimate thousands of organizations and leave neighbors without the services they need. So the potential impact could be absolutely astronomical, but also
he's kind of only been in office for a week. It's kind of amazing. You know what's going to be great about this? Is how much, so the deficit spending is published monthly, because I was really curious about this. I'm like, he's only been in office for like a week. How there has to be an insane amount of spending that he's doing, like sending the military to do a photo op with ospreys, bro. Like, the thing is, it's published monthly, so I don't know where we're at now. Obviously, it's just gonna blame it on Biden because there's, you know, obviously a little bit crossover, but like, it's gonna be like multiple billions of dollars that we are now in debt. Like, again, I want to remind you, Trump debt or deficit. Is it rates or deficit spending? Is this the one I'm looking for? Where I want the one that's not COVID. Again, this is what we're talking about. When people like lie to you, never let fucking conservatives lie to you that they care about like finance, because they don't. They don't ever care about finance because this is their boy, dude. Even before COVID, he spent more money to do nothing but tax cuts for the rich than Joe Biden did in his entire fucking 4 years, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Or is this like, you know, some woke liberal propaganda? No, they don't care about winning. What they care about is making money for their donors, bro. They're like literally like audience capture to the max. Trump is the greatest president ever. Said by somebody that I assume is not American. Allow businesses to hire people? Are you retarded? Or are you literally 12? Ooh, this might be fun here. I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, Vinny. But you know, I think you might be a great person to do a Discord or ban on. We haven't done that one in a little bit. If you're being serious, we're going to have to do a Discord and ban on that because you have no facts to back that up. But I am going to run to the bathroom really quick. So I'm going to give you a second to figure out how Discord works. Oh wait, now I have to figure out what the commands are. Usually chicken does it. Is it this? Guys, some of you guys are modded. How do we do the link to Discord? Oh, it did work. Streamlabs is just being a little slow. Okay, that's fine. Join a channel. I'll move you in. We're gonna do a whole Discord event, but you can back out. I'm gonna to the bathroom. Got so many cat beds for my cat, and that asshole never used any of them. So it's so cute to see that dogs will actually use the shit they buy for you. All right, Vinny, did you figure out Discord? Oh, right. Sorry, I have a little bit of a wacky setup. Doesn't look like that's the case, so... Thoughts on that? Vinny, you're gonna get banned if you don't join Discord. Have a little convo with me. Because you can't just say this wild shit without being challenged. Okay, well, please do. Just join any channel. I'll move you in. The Nina room. Why is it showing this? Alright. So I'll be fair.
The department of Veterans.
Awesome. Wait, can somebody do that? God damn! I love suicide! More death! More suicide! Also, anyone got a... What's up with Shark? Hasn't been posting like anything. Is he okay? Alright, Vinny, figure it out. Vinny Linguini Lamborghini. There we go.
Damn, let's fucking go!
I love suicide,
man. More death! More suicide, dog, please!
Literally, that's what they're doing.
I love it. Inject that right into my veins, man.
What? Wait, what? Riley Gaines' husband is getting deported? Can you send that to me? On Discord? Well, this fucking boomer takes forever to figure it out. Is updating? Fair enough. I guess that's not fair for me to install you as a boomer. Just I got 2 computers, so you know, we're working with a lot of Link it! Link it! Link it! No! Link it! Alright, so while we're waiting, your argument is that Trump is the greatest president ever, is where you're coming from. Task on a business allows business to hire people, okay? fact check. Well, I don't think you really can fact check the idea of tax cuts make people able to hire other people. What you'd have to look into is like economists, like trickle-down economics historically does not work. So I don't know why you'd still be married to that idea. Well, why is Trump raise gas prices? Probably because he wants to, you know, his drill baby drill is not to make gas. You know, famously, he doesn't say anything about how he wants gas prices to be cheaper. It said he's going to make the country rich again. The thing is, what he actually means, he's going to have more oil, but we're going to sell it. So even though we are, you know, our natural resources are being extracted, we are not going to reap any of the profits. The companies that are doing it are, because they're going to sell it to other countries. That's what's happening here. And if you don't think that's the case, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I guess we'll see what I'm going to tell our boy Vinny. I know project managers and I have 2 business degrees. Are you implying that you're not a project manager even though you have 2 business degrees? Well, I'd love to see your argument. We don't have to necessarily kill each other with that, but I just think that you're probably inaccurate on thinking that Trump is a good president. Again, your thesis statement that you came in here is Trump is a great president. Sorry, not a great president, the greatest president ever. So, like, better than FDR, better than, like, I don't know, Lincoln, better than George Washington. So that's where you're coming in with. And I'm really excited to see you defend that position. But hey, maybe you'll change my opinion. Granted, probably a very uphill battle on that one. They did a major in econ and international business. I was bored and had a GI Pill to use. Alright, well, apparently their Discord's taking a while to update. Sometimes it does. Maybe their computer is similar to their philosophy, where it's from the 80s. So we'll give them, you know, a little bit. But once you do, just join any of the audio channels and I'll move you in. I'm not going to necessarily know when you do that, so just say something in chat. And let's keep going with this.
The Constitution grants the power of the purse to Congress, which has already approved these funds and directed where they go. And so you have budget experts saying that while the president is generally allowed to freeze spending for a period of time, certain conditions must be met first. For example, Trump would have to specify which budget accounts are frozen and he has to have certain justification, with one expert even saying that pauses over policy disagreements are not legal, which is also why we've already seen lawsuits being filed challenging this freeze and Democrats widely decrying this move as illegal. With this, including Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who tweeted,
Trump is holding all the nation's hospitals and vital services hostage to seize power from Congress and hand it over to billionaires. True. You must state the truth. This is a constitutional crisis. It's a massive illegal power grab that the House and Senate have sworn duty to stop. I think I should actually do some fucking effort in writing. Give a really good case why I think that Trump is the Antichrist. As somebody who's not religious, I think that might be kind of difficult. However, I think I can do it.
Trump is
temporary. Oh, there we go. Our boy. Oh, are we gonna get some reverb? Hello. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. Oh yeah, I'm getting some reverb. I'm gonna just turn the volume down on you. Okay. Izzy should do a crying TikTok. I don't think AOC has the capability of crying, because She's Puerto Ricans, and Puerto Ricans are the strongest people ever. That's my LOL random joke. Oh, fuck, that's right. Hold on. I gotta remember. Oh, I should have been doing this while to make it so that I can hear Discord, I have to turn on desktop audio. Right, okay. I have a streaming computer and I have my other computer, so it takes me a little bit to figure out which one's doing it. They should be able to hear you now, though. Can you say something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you sound fantastic. Can everyone else hear our friend here, Vinny? You sound like a Vinny. Are you Italian?
Yeah, I might be Italian, yeah.
All right, so name and pronouns, I assume you go by Vinny, right?
I don't really do pronouns. Yeah, Vinny's fine.
Okay, you're non-binary. Got it. Love that for you. So we'll refer to you as they, I guess. So why do you think that Trump is the best president ever?
Well, the gas prices, they dropped immediately when he
I have to ask
got
you,
into office
now that I'm
first
noticing
time.
with your voice, are you pirate software?
Am I pirate software? What is that?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know who pirate software is? Are you not a particularly online person?
Well, I got my own channels out there, but not really active on Twitch.
Have you ever played World of Warcraft?
Never.
Are you sure you didn't work at
No.
Blizzard for 6 years?
What's Blizzard?
Are you trolling me right now?
What, do I sound like somebody you know?
You sound like there's a big look up pirate software drama if you are curious. But you sound like pirate software.
Pirate software drama.
It's a whole thing. It's a whole online thing. Anyways, you clearly are on Twitch. So who do you usually watch?
Oh, random people.
Oh, like you like kind of like the lower viewer streamers that like engage more.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I usually don't really follow people with a lot of views, but
Okay.
I do like my ASMR every now and then. It's
No, we
very
all love that.
calming and
Okay, so why again? Sorry, I got a little distracted there. But like, why do you think that Donald Trump is the best president?
I don't know. I think he tells it like it is. He gets
Would
a
you
lot of
agree
things
with
done.
if Biden told
takes
it like it is?
I mean, Biden was a career politician. Okay, he's been in politics
Correct.
for maybe 40 plus years.
Mhm.
So maybe, a lot of people think that he's this great guy, but in my honest opinion, he really didn't make anything better. The cost of food went up by 33%. The cost of rent went up quite a bit. Costs of everything have gone up quite a bit. I mean, when it comes to politics, it's all about what you feel is the most important policies, right?
Okay, so what do you think are the most important policies?
I think financials are a huge deal
That's not a policy.
for I mean, taxes are a policy.
Pro or against?
I mean, I think there should be less taxes.
Why?
But where you live determines taxes, right?
Well, to some extent, yeah. I mean, you have state and federal. You're American, I would assume. I thought you might be Italian with the name Vinny, but where are you in the country? You don't have to dox yourself or anything like that, but are you you sound like me, so you're Californian, I assume.
I'm not Californian at all. I grew up in Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Very high tax state, similar to California.
Okay.
I mean, they tax you on breathing air, so there used to be
Are you saying that there's an air breathing tax?
I mean, it's pretty close to it.
Like what?
mean,
What
my
what in
family pays-
Connecticut is so high?
Oh, your property taxes through the roof.
Do you own a home?
Your state taxes are pretty high. Do I own a home? No, not really, because of my profession. We're always moving, so yeah.
Okay, so you
But
what?
I keep my taxes because I once lived in Florida. I keep my state taxes as Florida, so I don't pay any state tax.
I'm gonna cut
But I
you
pay a
off
lot-
there
I
before
pay a
you
lot.
start to perjure yourself on like if you're doing some sort of tax fraud shit. But you just don't like taxes, right? Are you? Would you consider yourself a libertarian?
I am not a libertarian.
So then why would you think that we shouldn't pay taxes? Because like roads are built because of our
Well,
taxes.
Well, I think it's good to pay taxes. I'm just saying that
But you just
if
want to
you're
do
already
it.
paying, if you're already paying federal taxes, why should you pay state taxes and city taxes on top
Because
of
your
that?
federal taxes do
crazy
different
amount
things than your
of
federal
property
than
taxes.
your state taxes do.
So ultimately, there's a difference between a blue state and a red state. Most blue states will have higher taxes, and then they spend that money on really ridiculous things.
Like what?
So I don't know, just really crazy.
Wait, so you don't know?
programs.
You just said that you knew. You can't just say I don't know. You can't just run away from that. What? You can't just say I
Alright,
don't
alright,
know.
so- Do you think it's okay to send trillions of dollars to Ukraine without an end?
Do you think that your state taxes are going to Ukraine?
No.
Then why
Well,
did you
federal
use that as an answer when we were talking about state taxes?
Well, most state taxes.
Yeah, no,
will go
most state
towards
taxes do not
people
go to
on-
Ukraine.
They'll go towards people on welfare in that state.
Okay, so what do you think the reason for welfare is?
There's people that don't want to work.
You think it's people
People
who
that wanna cheat
don't
the
want to work and to cheat the system.
But there's different types of
Do you have
people.
any proof of that?
Do I have proof of that? I mean, I've got.
Well, I mean, you
neighbors
seem
that
like
just
a
stay
kind of
home
like a
all day.
logical guy, right? Like, so, like, do you not think that maybe the reality of the situation is that the people on welfare are just, down on their luck? Like people who have like, maybe wanting to work, but they, get laid off because of, whatever happens, and they just need help. Like, and because they will pull themselves back up, but they just need a little help a little once in a while. You don't think that's possible?
Well, there are people. I mean, I have a cousin
Mm-hmm.
and his family and his immediate father and parents. Well, his mother works as a hairdresser, but his father
Okay.
basically cheats the system and is living on welfare, and he's been doing it for years. So if you know,
Are you
somebody
implying that that's the
personally-
majority of the people? I mean, like people
Not
do bad
necessarily.
things, right? Like this seems like obviously like his mother is working, right? Like she's not doing that. It seems like he's just kind of a piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that that's the majority of people on welfare, or it just people
I'm
who
not saying everybody.
even
I'm
with
saying
even
there's
within
a
your example, half of that.
there's solid people. There's people that are out there that are just not putting in the effort. And then there's also people.
But wait, but do you have any
that are
actual
living in-
data
in
for that?
Areas where there's areas in which the education is not really up where it needs to be in certain areas. So
Yeah, that's
it's like
irrelevant
a
to the
cycle. There's a cycle in certain areas of the country where their parents are on welfare. They make bad decisions. They have kids, and they have bad decisions, and then their kids do the same thing over and over and over again. A cycle of
Okay, so I'll grant you that, sure. Okay, let's say that there's these people that are I don't know, just stupid, I guess. What do you think would be the reason to take that away? Do you just want them to die? Because if they're stupid, they're not going to make good decisions anyways, right? In your mind,
I think they would need help to be pointed in the right direction.
like welfare. Because
I mean,
welfare
you
is
got-
conditional, right? You know that, right?
Yeah. But Trump also created what was called
No, don't
opportunity
move on from
zones.
this.
We're talking about Trump, right? He created opportunity
We'll get back to
zones.
that,
And
but
I've
but
seen
I
some
want to see where
neighborhoods-
you're at. obviously,
I travel to different areas, so I know what
sure,
different
sure.
areas
But
are
you're
like.
saying
Right?
specifically, like, when we're talking about welfare, like, what do you think would be a better solution then? Because again, welfare is conditional, so to me, it seems like you would be supportive of it.
I think that you ultimately got to help these people try to get out of the hole that they're in.
I
You
agree.
know, if they're going to keep
And that's, it seems like
living
to
off the
me
government and not
exactly what
doing anything
welfare
to
is
make any
purpose
progress,
for.
if they're not doing it, making any progress, then then they're just going to be on welfare and not helping the country or themselves.
Well, doesn't that seem like more of an
They're just
issue
going
with
to be
the
at a
system?
standstill.
Like the what?
So you
You don't think
think
it's
people on welfare are not trying to get themselves out of a hole?
I
They're just,
absolutely think most people
or
on
do you think they
welfare are
are
trying to
trying
just
to
get
stay
by,
there,
you know what I mean?
just trying to get by?
Well, yeah, they're taking it a day at a time, and they obviously, I don't think, are just like sitting at home, like twiddling their dicks, doing nothing. Like, I don't think they're all just sitting at home jerking off. Is that what you think they're doing?
I mean, it depends on the people. I mean, I don't think everybody's the same, but there are a lot of people who are just cheating the system.
Well, let's ignore those people though. Like, you would be against a system that some people abuse because there are you're what you just admitted there is that you believe that there are people who legitimately are trying to get by and have a better life, but you would rather fuck those people who are trying to get themselves out of a hole because there are some people who are abusing the system.
Well, I don't get what you're saying. Trying to mess people.
You're so wait, okay, so if this program, I'm granting you this, okay, so that, like, I don't know, let's just be a little silly about it. Let's say half of people on welfare are just lazy asshole fuckers who are just jerking off all day. You're saying that you would rather not have a system at all that helps the other 50% who are hardworking people who are just down on their luck. You'd rather those people not get any assistance because there are some people who abuse the system. So you would rather, instead of just like taking a little bit of a tiny L, a minuscule L, like financially, of having like some, like, you know, the cliche welfare queen or whatever, you would be opposed to having that system because it might have the welfare queen, you know, cliche, benefit from it. Yes?
Hello? You just cut out.
Sorry, maybe I didn't phrase that correctly. So you would be, again, against the entire system because it might have people abusing the system. Even though it would benefit 50% in this hypothetical, that are hardworking people who, if we give them this support, that they would then become like upstanding, you know, like financial benefits on the world where they would be able to maybe like get an education and get a job and stuff.
I'm not against the system completely. I'm just saying that there are people that abuse the system, and there are some people that legitimately need it, I guess, for whatever reason.
Okay, so then we can come to a
mental issues. There's people who have disability issues. There's people
and fuck those people, right? In your mind.
But then also there's government that doesn't manage properly. Look at California, all those high taxes, and they can't have water in their hydrants.
Oh, well, that's actually a great thing to talk about. And okay, so what do you think actually happened there? Have you looked into that? I'm from California, so it's really important to me to know about like what happened. I was following all of that wildfire stuff. Where do you think the failure was?
I think it was failure on the government.
Where?
For not maintaining their water system.
Their water system was totally fine. There's no proof to say that their water system was flawed.
Why were there no water? There was no.
Do you understand how a water hydrant works?
Why?
You have to have a water pressure, and if everyone's using the water pressure, then like the system just that, and also like water hydrants, some of them are just a reservoir of water. Like think of like a gigantic water bottle that's under the fire hydrant. It's not like it's like consistently filled. Like they're not all like consistently filled, like all the time. Like you know how fire hydrants work, yeah.
Okay, so if they have the one of the highest areas for tax revenue,
Hmm.
why could they not spend that money properly to ensure?
Well, they did. That's actually why
that
they
their
had. That's
system was
why they had
functioning?
all of those. I don't know if you saw all those videos with all of those like cool ass like. I really like airplanes, and trains and stuff. I'm a little autistic with that type of stuff. But did you see all of the planes that were picking up the water from the ocean and stuff, and like, dumping it on the fires?
Yes.
So the reason why they did that,
think-
no, hold on. The reasons why they had that is because they preemptively had people bring those down from Canada. So they were already, prepped as much as you could for what they could do. Like, do you not think that there's an element of like, natural disasters that maybe we can't all always, I guess, I don't know, not have. I guess what it seems like you're trying to say is that if they didn't mismanage their taxes, they could have, for some reason, prevented this insane forest fire.
Absolutely.
Well, how would you do it
That's
since you're the
absolutely-
expert?
So
Seems like they literally had vehicles set up preemptively because they knew that this was going to get bad.
yeah. I mean, a hurricane, for example, is a natural disaster that is pretty much
Oh yeah, so you think that North Carolina,
not preventable. It's not preventable.
okay,
So if I pay more money in tax revenue to stop hurricanes, what will you do to prevent it?
well you wouldn't. You would just have safety procedures for afterwards. You would,
Yeah.
right? And that's
The
what they did.
wildfires, right? Was it really a wildfire or was there something else involved? Do you think it was ultimately created by a natural disaster?
Well,
That's what
do you
fire created?
understand? Okay, I like to burn stuff in my burn pit. I like, I don't know. I like doing that. We have like a lot of cardboard because I order a lot of stuff from Amazon. So I have a little burn pit, right? So I like to burn stuff in it. And I don't know what your relationship with fire is, but like I know that fire is very, very scary, and I don't burn stuff in my burn pit when it's windy because that makes fire really scary and really dangerous. Do you have any like relationship with fire? That sounds weird saying it that way, but you get what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't play around with fire.
But
I don't have a
do you
I don't have a burn pit,
understand?
I don't smoke.
Okay, so you don't really understand anything about fire. Okay, thank you for saying
I
that.
know how fire works. I know how fire
Yeah,
works.
so you know that that wind makes it very dangerous. Because the way that fire works is it needs oxygen to exist. So wind is basically just like, getting like a needle full of oxygen and like going like ham on it. So it makes it very destructive. So you understand that, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that like I assume again you said you're not from California, right? That you
Never
would
been there.
understand that 90-mile-per-hour winds would make fire very dangerous.
Would winds make a fire more dangerous?
Mhm. Especially like almost hurricane level winds. Yes.
I mean, look at Florida. Florida gets over 100-mile-per-hour winds from hurricanes.
Cool. We're not talking about that. We're talking
There's
about
no
fire.
wildfires going on over there.
Well, because usually they're hurricanes. That means that they come from the ocean, which means most of them are very wet. We're talking about dry land and fire.
But it seems like, to me,
It seems to me you have no
something-
fucking clue what
something
you're talking
fishy
about.
happened. Something fishy happened.
You don't
with
think
those
that
fires.
a very
you
easy
look up-
explanation of this is that fire, dry grass, and then homes where there's a bunch of shit, and I'm sure in your house right now there's a bunch of flammable shit. Of course, because everyone's house is. You don't think that, again, winds taking stuff like ash would not be insanely destructive when we're talking about like almost like tornado like level winds? Like I just think you have no idea what you're talking about.
And they had no water in the fire hydrant.
They did have water in the fire. The reason why they didn't,
Okay, so
they
why did
ran
that
out of
stop the
fire in that fire hydrants is because they used it to put out fires. What the fuck are you talking about? You have no idea what you're talking about. Can you admit that, or are you one of those people who are absolutely incapable?
It just seems very fishy. what
Okay,
happened
even
out
though
there.
you have no reason to believe
Something
that, you
beyond
still just think
a
that it's
natural
fishy.
disaster.
Why? It's actually incredible. Did you look at any of the the experts talk about this? Like, the fact that this hasn't happened earlier has been a miracle. You know,
Yeah,
or no, you don't.
Trump-
Okay, you
Trump
don't care.
Trump provided input of what
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
so
the
you,
DC could have
let's go
done
back to what we're, which is what?
prevent it from happening, and he did
Which is
just
what? All of the reservoirs were full. All of the fire hydrants were full. You're talking about like an insane natural disaster. Like, I don't, you can't. It's not like everything's gonna go off perfectly. What are you talking about? It was like a fucking comedy of like the worst possible situations where it's fire, dry, no rain, wind. And I don't know why you think that there's some conspiracy. You have
It
a
seems like-
mental
'cause if you
illness
look
if
up-
you literally don't think that makes sense.
If you look up 2028 LA Smart City, the strange thing is that they are going to build this city in the exact area.
Is this going to be relevant to the conversation? Yeah, of course they're going to rebuild a city. What do you mean? Point.
This was set up immediately online. You can look it up.
Cool. What is that? What's your point?
2028 LA.
What's your point?
Smart City.
What's your point?
It just seems like that somebody wanted these areas to be burned down.
So your conspiracy
they can
theory is that
build
they wanted
LA Smart City.
these rich people who had multi-million-dollar homes wanted their entire house to be burned down so that somebody else can make money? These rich people who are like in positions of power?
You don't think rich people have more than one house?
I don't think they want to burn down their most expensive house to like have somebody else make money. Rich people make money because it's their own money. They don't want any other random assholes to make money. Like, do you not think about these things before you say them?
There are rich people, and then there's even richer people, like BlackRock, for example.
So
who
why then would people who have
supposedly
no
are
connections to
going around
BlackRock?
I mean, they're probably no connection.
Do you know, again, you don't understand anything about fire. I feel like this is a weird, like, thing that you need to get through your head. You can't
So you don't
control
think that the
fire like
was
that. That's
preventable?
insane. Do I think it was preventable? I mean, if I'm getting charitable, which I know you're not going to be, so I don't even know why I should be, but I will. Yeah, absolutely. There's elements that we, or things that we could do, but it's not something that they really could have done to really impact this. Like, I'm talking about marginal shit. Like, controlled burnings is a thing that we could do, which we don't do because there are, you know, obviously issues where if it gets out of control, it's a dangerous thing, but it is a thing that they could do. So if I'm gonna give you charitability, yes, there were some things that could have been done, but it wasn't like it could be like a 100%. You clearly have no idea how fire works, so I don't even know why you're using this as an argument, because I assume you're just like copy pasting all the shit that you heard from. Who's your favorite content creator?
The PBD podcast.
Oh, that explains that.
Valuetainment. He's pretty good.
Who's your favorite guy on the PBD podcast? Is it Mikey? Or
I
I'm
like
sorry, Vinny. Yeah, Vinny. Is that what you're named after, or is it actually your name?
It's my actual name.
Or do you like him because you have similar names, or because he's like insane?
I just, you know, when he speaks, I kind of, you know,
You think maybe it's like a Vinny
more
issue?
geared towards my opinion. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a Vinny issue? Oh.
Do you agree with Vinny's statement that he absolutely believes that one crackhead guy who said that he had sex with Obama? That he
did not
literally
hear
bet
about it.
Patrick bet David like $10,000 that he was right.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, so you're not really that big of a fan.
I mean, I don't watch. I mean, I watch. They have a lot of content. They have so many hours.
Okay.
Who do you listen to?
Well, I listen to a bunch of people. Do you want to ask me a more specific question?
What? So name some of them.
Just name people I watched. Oh, I watched like actually one of the funny things is the way I found David Pakman was actually watching him on Patrick Bet David. I thought that he did a great job. I love Sam Cedar. I like the H3 podcast because they're funny. I watched all type of people. I watched Vosh, you know. Do you have anything to
they're
follow
gonna
that up or
bring-
what?
They bring people with opposing views on there.
Yeah. No, I watch a lot of also right-wing content on the show, obviously, because, you know, it's fun to react to. So, you know, sometimes I'll watch some Tim Pool. Do you like Tim Pool?
Tim Pool's okay.
Okay. Has anyone told you kind of sound like Asmongold?
Asmongold's good.
You like Asmongold? I liked Asmongold before he kind of went off the rails. But, okay. So let's get back to the main thing. You said that Trump's like pretty sick or whatever. Like, what do you think that he's done good at all? Because for me, So what are your thoughts on the tariffs that are going to happen in like 2 days?
I think it's going to be a good thing for America to force companies to
Companies?
build their product. There's going to be more businesses built here in America. Companies that have fled the country due to bad policies will then come back to America and hire Americans. So job opportunities will be there for many people.
Can I give you an alternative, actually realistic result of what we're talking about? The companies that are selling to us will then, you know, potentially not sell to us because tariffs are fucking them. So they just will be looking more into investing in other countries that aren't going to tariff them, like China and Russia and shit. Do you think that might cause a problem?
Do I think that will cause a problem? I mean,
Like, why do you think that would make
Possibly
them
there's gonna
come to
be-
America? Like, why, if you owned a business, here, let me ask you this. If you owned a business and like one of your trading partners was America, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, they're like, yeah, you're going to have to, obviously it's not their only trading partner. They trade all over the world, right? You have other customers. Imagine that your main trading partner is like, you know what? Your shit's going to cost $25,000 more. Or, sorry, 25%, not thousand, sorry. 25% more. And that being said, that now all of a sudden, the companies that you were selling to are no longer able to afford that. What would you do? Would you move your entire, factories and stuff to that country that already randomly fucked you? Or would you just maybe try and find a better partner to have? Let's say there's another partner too. Like a competitor to the partner that you were selling to. It's like, you know what? We won't give you all these insane tariffs and shit, where then maybe the companies even within my own country will not be able to afford your product. We'll let you have really good trading in our country. Which one would you go with? Would you go with the one that's insane and, out of nowhere decided to make it so that basically a lot of countries will have to pay 25% more for your product, potentially making it so that they can't even afford it? Or would you go with the stable partner who's like, yeah, you should come and trade with us?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
So you have a company, right? And you're selling, you're in North Pole, I don't know.
Product where?
So you're
In America or
selling
outside
to
America?
America, like steel or whatever, or like some sort of natural, like, or not natural, but like a kind of raw resource. And all of a sudden now you've been selling to all of these companies within this country, right? Like you've been selling to all these companies, and you have a really good deal, right? It's your main trading partner, but you have a really, you're making a lot of money. You're doing your business, and then all of a sudden now there's arbitrary tariffs on your shit, which again you wouldn't be paying. However, the people that's buying your shit will be paying. So they now no longer can be buying as much shit from you for like no reason, right? Like it's just like arbitrary. So now your orders, you were getting 100 orders and now you're getting 75 orders. So you're making less money, right? You with me?
Okay. So then you'd move part of your
So
business
then
to
why? No.
America.
Hold on. I gotta finish the
There'd be
rest of the
less
part.
taxes on the
But
business,
what if there's another
right?
country that you could sell to that you don't have? You'd be making basically the same amount of profit now because they want to be a competitor with the other country. So my example clearly being a parallel with America versus China. China will get your contract now because they will give you a better deal. Which one are you going to pick? Are you going to move your entire structure in all your factories and shit? Which again will take years. You know how long it takes to build a building? Which again it probably takes at least 4 years to build a factory, right? And then in 4 years, that person might not even be in power anymore. Why would anyone move their shit to America when they could also just have you wherever you're at now and then sell it to somewhere else like China?
It depends on the business.
Well, I gave you a hypothetical. I mean, would you say, which one would you pick in this hypothetical? Would you move your entire factory, or would you just go with, the somebody who you don't have to change anything? They're just a better client, basically. I think you had 2 business degrees, dude.
There's different populations, right? America has quite a population. So if you want to sell your product in China, yeah, you can sell it there. But if you want to also sell in America, then you just build your factory. You could build a factory in America.
But why would you do that?
Why not?
Because do you think building a factory is like free?
I mean, there's a cost, but then there's going to be lower taxes on the business.
But the reason why you had your factory outside of America was to get to avoid the taxes to begin with.
But then you go back to America because
No, not
there's
back.
no
You were never
tariffs.
there. The hypothetical is that you're coming from
They can
outside of
build-
America.
They can build buildings so fast now.
Really? Because they've been trying to. That Tesla factory took like 3 years to build here in
So it depends on
Texas.
your business, right? It depends on your business.
Okay. So what if you have raw resources?
Do I have raw resources?
I think I'm breaking your brain with all of these things. I gotta keep it simple for you. Sorry. Okay. I'm saying, do
The
you
tariff
really
thing,
think
it's gonna
that?
be a little dicey at first,
Do you
but I think
really
it's
think
not gonna
that we
be
can move
smooth at
all
first.
manufacturing to America? Let's just go back to that. Do you really think that that's possible to do in 4 years to bring all of this shit back? Or not? Let's get rid of the
Well, I think
arbitrary, or not the
there's
arbitrary, but
gonna
the
be
time
some
limit.
deals put in play because American vehicles have 100% tariffs in other countries, so
Who
they
cares?
won't even allow us to sell American vehicles in other countries. So when you got somebody with a business mindset who's going to create
You know, if we sell,
deals,
okay, why do you
then
think? Wait,
things
hold
should
on. Why do
ultimately
you think that if
change
we,
financially.
if independently owned, private, or I mean, I guess maybe they're traded, whatever, like car companies are making money in other countries, why do you think that that's going to enrich America? It's a private company who are invested within by people who are not necessarily even in America.
Wait, I'm sorry, I worked all day.
Why
what
do
was your
you
question?
think that a car company having, I don't know, let's say like Ford or something. Why do you think that if they make a profit of like, I don't know, they're not ramping up any of the production, but they make a profit because we're able to sell it to other countries for like $50 billion, okay? Why do you think that's going to make America, the average American citizen, at all wealthier?
Well, usually if it's an American company and if it has more revenue,
They
it'll be more successful here. And then from that, if you have more revenue, you can have more profit. And when you have more profit, then you can have more capabilities. And then it's a cycle of your product getting better and better and better. So that's why usually like...
So their cars are going to... So this private company...
Vehicles in Japan are better than vehicles in America.
That's...
Because Japan can sell...
Where are you getting that from?
...to more people.
Okay, so you're saying that the wealth being shared with America is that the product itself is better.
So
it's not about the wealth,
American
it's about the product being better. So if you can't afford it, it means jack shit to you, right?
American companies can't sell their product to other countries because they increase the tariffs on American products. So if you have, so in that case, the businesses here in America aren't able to generate the revenue that the Japanese cars are revving up right
But what?
now.
Who gives a shit? Why do I give a shit about the revenue of an American car company? As long as if they're able to work in the same way that they work now.
You've never heard of a sustaining a competitive advantage?
It's irrelevant to what my line of questioning is.
It's a business mindset.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't work for the business. I'm not John Ford here, dude. Like it is irrelevant to me. Okay, if Ford is having the best fucking cars in the world, how does that benefit me? Let's get a little bit more basic. How does that benefit me? How does an American car company having the best cars in the world, they're like flying cars, fuck it. How does that benefit me if I can't even afford the product?
So more revenue would be pushed into America than in Japan.
It doesn't matter. They don't spend it on they don't spend it on anything.
They'll help create more job opportunities.
No, it doesn't. In this situation, no. In this situation, it's like maybe 100. Okay, maybe 100 more people will be hired. Maybe 1,000 more people will be hired. But I don't work at a car company, so how does that benefit me? My expertise is not in engineering. Maybe they'll hire 10,000 engineers. How does that, as an American, benefit me?
If businesses in America are more successful, eventually it trickles down to other people because a business is constantly trying to expand their capabilities.
So you're saying when I'm homeless on the street, like maybe like John Ford will like throw me a bunch of pennies? How does it? You have to explain this. How does it come to me? How does it benefit me? I'm not an engineer. I don't work for the car company. I work at a video game company. How do I benefit? Tell me, how do I benefit?
You don't understand how a business works?
I don't think you do either, because if you did, you could explain it to me. If you think this trickle-down thing actually works, you could explain it to me, but you don't, because you don't know anything about fires. You don't know anything. I'm here. All right, go ahead.
If a business generates enough revenue, then that allows the business to be able to have more expenses. So when you have more expenses,
when does it benefit
more capabilities.
Okay.
So when you have enough, so it's all about profit, yes, but your revenues determine how much you're.
When does this benefit me?
Able to spend.
I don't work at this company. I'm an American. I work in the country it's in. When does this benefit me?
You can only work for one company.
That's irrelevant. When does this situation benefit me as an American?
Okay, say you had stocks in the company.
I don't. Not every American. Does every American get stock in that company?
I mean, eventually somebody's going to get stocks in the company.
No, but do you think that every American should legally be able to have stocks in that company?
Maybe there'll be a policy put in place.
So
People have the choice of what they want to have stocks in for the most
well,
part.
not if you don't have any money. You can't really put stocks in if you don't have any money.
Well, I mean, what
So
is it,
you
like
think that
Bitcoin or
again,
whatever?
your
Somebody puts
entire
stocks in
your
Bitcoin and
entire
they make money off it?
thesis was that you think that because these companies are making money that it's going to enrich the American people, but you cannot tell me how. You just you're honestly being or you're being actually amazingly honest in the fact that when you say that Trump is making money with his policies for American people, you mean that he's making it for oligarchs, right? That's what you actually mean. People who already have the stocks, people who
So
are
you don't think
making the
so?
profit from these companies that they own,
So
right?
you believe that these companies should make less money and pay more in taxes? And
That
if they do that,
you
then
are
they
not
can't
even listening to what I'm
expand their
saying.
business.
I'm saying you're saying when they make money, it's not making it for the American people, it's making it for the companies, the business owners, the oligarchs, the rich people, the 1%. That's what you're saying. When you say that it's making money for Americans, that's the Americans you mean, right?
So you don't think businesses hire Americans in America?
Are you just not do you know is my mic on? Like, are you serious? That's not what I said. I don't care about that. It's irrelevant to the situation. You're saying, yes, I'm sure people obviously work for these businesses if they're in America. But do you really think that I guess I have to ask you, let's because I think we're going to go in a little bit in a circle here. Obviously, you are insanely wrong in that sentiment. But let's like take a different approach to this. Do you really think that when businesses make more money, they pay their workers more in America?
Sure. They give them bonuses if they do really well. They create more opportunities for more people to get jobs and higher income.
You're saying that like legally every
evaluated.
single company gives part of their profits to their employees?
There's a lot of companies that give bonuses to those that do well.
And you know what? There's a lot of companies who don't. So
it all depends on where you live and
yeah, so
how well
you
the
are at the
business does.
whims of the oligarchs that are at the head of the companies. So how could you be so fucking confident to say that, oh my God, these companies making more money, they're obviously going to pay their workers more. But we know from history, they don't. This is why trickle-down economics are like laughable. Like, it's laughable that you would say that. I don't think that you were being honest with saying that you have 2 business degrees if you believe in trickle-down economics. Unless you like just got them like yesterday and you have no experience in the real world. Like, what are you talking
if
about?
Joe Schmo-
Companies are proven that they
Schmo
do
was getting-
not pay their employees more.
If Joe Schmo goes from $60K a year to $80K a year,
No,
you
but they don't
think
do
he'll
that. They
invest
don't
that
pay
extra
them more.
$20K?
They don't pay them more.
Well, it depends on what company.
Your ideology, you don't even understand your own ideology. Jesus fucking Christ. Your ideology depends on the fact that if these people at the top are making more money, that's why it's called trickle down, bro. You know that, right? That it means that they're going to pay everybody else like more so that they get the profits that they're gaining is spread to the rest of the people in the company who were making the profits, right? That's your ideology is based off of that. Trickle-down economics, right?
All right, so if you increase the
Yes,
taxes on
yes or no?
business,
Yes or no?
right?
Yes or
How
no?
is that going to help?
Yes or no? No, 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 no. You don't obfuscate. Yes or no?
Get ahead. Ultimately, yeah, a business owner wants to make more profit. Because when they make more profit,
And you know how they make a lot more profit by not paying their employee. Oh, you know, let's go with that then. Fine, fuck it. We'll just do a little ADHD there. Because you just want to literally ignore what I said. If their main profit, if their main motive is to make profit, why the fuck would they give any more money to the people working under them that made them the profit that they have now? Why? They're already making profit for me. Why would I pay them more? They're already working at the price point that I have them at. We already have a contract that agrees that they work at that point. Why would I pay them more?
So, sir, it depends on the business. So, if it's a business where you want to reward your workers, then you'd pay them more, so that they don't jump ship to a competitor.
Let's say I don't have a
So
competitor.
it depends.
Why
It
would I?
depends
Why
on
then?
your.
Why would I do it? Why would I do it?
Then that's monopoly. That's, I mean,
hmm
Jeff Bezos, right?
Yeah, trickle down.
Jeff
I don't know
Bezos makes a
why.
lot of money.
Well, let's let them have monopolies. Trickle down economic actually supports that shit because they think that then it'll trickle down to everyone. If one guy's at the top, then they don't have to worry about competition. Like, what are you? What?
So what I'm saying is not all businesses are the same, right?
Exactly. That's exactly why trickle down economic is dog shit
So
because the entire point of trickle down economics means that it implies good faith. It implies that they are going to spread the wealth to people under them. But that is not what happens. And you just keep ignoring the fact. You just keep moving on like you like got mega autism or some shit, like where you just don't even hear me when I say this to you because you don't have any fight against what I'm saying.
So there's a difference between a Jeff Bezos company and a different kind of company that's a different type of business. A Jeff Bezos company is one of
Those
those
are
where that
true
guy pretty
facts,
much gets
correct. Those are true
all
facts
of the
that those
revenue.
companies can be different. Thank you.
But not all
Also,
businesses
no,
are
I
the
did not
same.
use autism as an insult. I was using it as a joke, and I'm also autistic, so fuck you, Sussy. I assume he's like one of your homies because he seemed to come in at the same time. Sorry. I shouldn't be reading chat while I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I'm sorry. Repeat what you said. That was rude.
There's also what is called business law.
Okay.
A business law in one location can be completely different than an alternate location. Business law in California could be different than a business law in Texas.
So what is the relevance to
So they
what?
would move the whole
What
business
is the
away from
relevancy to your
California.
point? You're okay. I'm gonna keep you on the rails here. You're saying that Trump is great because he wants to do shit that you think is going to bring American manufacturing back. But again, that's not happening. And even if it did happen, it doesn't benefit the American people. It actually fucks them over. Do you think that you're gonna be super stoked about the fact that, like, let's say even if that was the case, where like maybe it'll suck for like 10 years, but you know, maybe in like after that it'll be like the same? Do you think that it's really worth it? Like, your eggs are gonna be costing fucking $10, bro, in like a week.
Is it though? I mean, the
25% inflation with the bird flu? Are you kidding me? Yes, unironically. Literally, your shit's gonna be costing so much. Like, especially eggs.
You have to assist your farmers across the nation. Don't.
And you know, Trump. You know what Trump's doing? He's not doing any of that. He's not doing that. He is not taking bird flu seriously.
Taking care of the farmers.
You're right. Yes, you should take care of your farmers.
If the farmers have enough chickens and they have enough land,
Well, they can't because Trump is not taking bird flu seriously. Do you understand how bird flu works? You have to cull the entirety of your poultry population if any of them are infected. You know that, right?
I don't know where you're hearing about this bird flu.
Are you serious?
Where's this bird flu you're talking about?
In America. It's the reason why eggs are actually going severely up in price, because you have to cull your entire herd. If you have one infection in your herd, you have to cull every single one of your poultry.
Bird flu denial.
You're a bird flu denialist? Well, it doesn't matter. Reality will catch up to you. So
I just think that if you know,
if you don't even believe in that, let's just talk about this hypothetically. Let's talk about this hypothetically then. You know, I guess, I don't know, you got some friend that you need to like look cool in front of or something, but let's talk about this hypothetically. Let's say, hypothetically, there is a disease that is among, you know, feathered animals that are, that is going to make it so that farmers are not being taken care of, as, you know. You would agree with me that a president who would ignore that would be doing a disservice to those farmers, right? To ignore their plight.
So what you're saying is that Donald Trump is ignoring farmers at the moment?
Well, I was trying to be hypothetical, so you didn't have to like have the cognitive dissonance of realizing that he's a piece of shit president. But sure, yes, that is exactly what's happening. They've directly said that they're downplaying it. This is, if you just don't want to believe in facts, I don't know what to tell you, but this is the reality of the situation here. Bird flu has had a gigantic outbreak. I don't remember the
I've never
H5s or
heard
whatever.
Biden say anything about taking care of farmers. Never. Trump has been the only.
You don't think
president
Biden's
that has
ever said
mentioned
the most
farmers and taking
pro?
care of farmers and
Okay,
assisting
that's
farmers.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant. I don't care. I don't care what Biden did. Biden's not our
that's
president.
factual.
Biden's not our. You know, stop living in the past, bitch. Biden is not our president. I don't care. You didn't say the argument that you came in here with
Okay,
is
so
not
you're
that
saying- so you
Biden
think the
sucks
president-
or that Biden's
think-
great. Is that you
So you
said
think the
that
current
Trump's good?
president should- So you think the current president can just fix everything in just the first week he's been in office? Of all the bad things that Biden has already done for this country? It's going to take time. It takes a little bit of time to fix all the bad stuff that he's done so far.
Did he do bird flu? Are you implying that he did bird flu, or are you just trying to obfuscate?
That Biden did bird flu?
Do you think that Biden did bird flu or something? Because we were talking about bird flu. Seems like you're kind of just wanting to run away from that. So again, you said that Trump's awesome. So whether or not you think that, I don't know, Biden's like the Antichrist, or I don't think Biden's the Antichrist, it's irrelevant. Your thesis was that fucking Trump is fucking based and cool and whatever. He's great for this country. And I disagree with that.
Yeah.
This is the reason why I wanted to talk to you about this. But you have absolutely failed to at all give any reason as to why that's the case. He again, I'm telling you, is actively causing on downplaying the bird flu right now, which is literally going to make the eggs
So where are you
more
hearing about the
expensive.
bird flu? Is it fake news media that's talking about bird flu?
I don't think you want to go down that road, because then we could just stop this conversation right now. If you're that stupid that you're just not going to be like, oh yeah, what is it, your sources? Then, because you're the type of motherfucker that's going to have like the one source or something that's on your side and be like, yeah, it's totally real. Or whatever.
What the heck? Bird flu in California, bird flu in Pennsylvania?
And they're not doing anything to help it. So this is a thing. Because you know what would be crazy? If they actually gave a shit, this is something that could easily be funded to do some research for. But what is Trump doing? What is Trump doing?
Oh, he's been in office for a week so far, so.
And he decided he's been deporting people. So clearly he can figure out how to stop something from spreading, right?
Yeah, just give it some time. He'll take care of it.
Well, but he's saying that this isn't an issue. He's not going to do something for something that is clearly an issue. All the experts are saying an issue. And then, do you think that Trump did a good job with COVID?
I thought what he had in front of him, he did a pretty good job. I think COVID was created by not.
I don't care what it was created by.
Came from a different country, and I think that.
Yeah, it's a pandemic. It was everywhere.
Regardless of who the president was or is now, I think there should have been an investigation of where it came from and why it.
There has been, and there hasn't really been any conclusive.
No punishment.
Irrelevant to the conversation. See, this is what I'm saying. I think your brain is very broken because you know that that's irrelevant to this conversation. You just think you're like, I guess, getting like a dub or something.
So you can.
No,
so you
it's
think
not.
that
Stay
COVID was
focused.
completely
Jesus Christ. I have ADHD and autism, and you can't even stay focused, dude. Like, come on. What are we talking about here? Nobody cares. Who gives a shit where it comes from? The only reason that you're bringing up where it comes from is because you don't want to have the conversation or admit that your guy fucking sucks. And you know that's true.
Okay.
You know
Okay,
that's
so
true.
Why do you think? Why do you think he sucks?
Why do I think he sucks? Have you have any idea what he's been doing? I mean, clearly
Everything.
you have stopped paying attention. I don't know. Your guy took the dub, and then you're just like, "Oh, I'm out. Anything that happens, it's fine." I think that everything that I've been saying is why I think he sucks. Do you think that in about a week he's going to do a 25% tariff on our two biggest trading partners, to the point where they're not even giving us steel anymore? They're not taking our orders for steel anymore. Do you have any idea what that means? Do you have any idea how economics are? I thought you said you had 2 business degrees, motherfucker. You should absolutely understand what 25% tariffs and the fact that then they're going to tariff us back, and the fact that they're not taking steelers from our biggest trading partners. Do you know where we get most of our shit from, bro?
I think everything will be
Mexico.
fine. I think everything will be fine. Just so much panic, depending on where you get your news.
You think everything will be fine? Well, it's already not. Prices are already going up, dude. Trump promised.
going up,
Wait,
they've been
Trump
going
promised
down
you.
over
Trump
here.
promised you that prices of eggs are going to go down, and they're already up.
Well, you said you're in California, right? You said
No, I'm not in
there's a lot of fires
California.
over there,
I'm not in
so
California.
You're not.
So you can't even use that
I
as an
thought you
excuse.
said you were.
No, I didn't.
It all depends on.
So
where
what's
you
your
live, I
argument? Do you
mean.
actually have one?
Argument for?
Your guy. What has he done?
Well, I mean, so far he's only signed about 80 executive orders, and he is transparent.
And none of
He's
them
not
have done anything
hiding.
good for
He's
the
been out
America.
he's been out in public.
What has made your
every
life
day.
better? What has he done? A single thing that made your life better?
Well, I can't really gauge what he's done as far as.
Well, he's done.
presidency
Well, I
goes
can tell
here
you, he's done a
because
lot of things that make people's life worse.
it's
They,
good
you
so
know
that
about the
effects-
ice raids that
effects
that have
have not
arrested
started.
American
You're not letting me talk.
yeah, because you're waffle. You're yapping. Sorry, not waffling. You're yapping. And you know
But
you're
you
yapping
can't-
because you don't have anything. That's why I'm not letting you talk, dude. Because you have nothing. Because you know that ICE has arrested American veterans.
Illegal immigrants.
No, an American veteran.
Illegal immigrants.
You think that that American veteran is an illegal immigrant? Because he wasn't. He was a
No,
legal
so-
citizen. He was a legal
you're-
citizen American veteran.
All right, so where are you getting that news from? What's your source?
There's literally just, you know what, just type in what I just said and you'll be able to find it. I can hear your keyboard, so we can kind of get it in like real time. Oh, I want to see you Google what I just said, and I want to see your reaction. American veteran arrested in ICE raid. Type that.
CBS News, fake news, BBC.
Fake news in another country, I guess.
Where is this part? Well, that's not really. They didn't indicate that. Well, it depends on where you're getting your news from, because they like to push propaganda. There's a
So
lot
you
of
think that that's not
propaganda out there.
factual?
Most things are not.
So
factual,
would
because
you believe
oftentimes
any?
they
Would
will
you?
turn around and tell you that it was not factual after the fact? They're like, oh.
So
yeah,
if you were personally
there.
getting
Here we go.
arrested, but
Sorry,
CBS
they
News
arrested-
reported it, would you even
it's like
believe
the
it?
Russia stuff. That was fake news.
That's a little
You
bit
think
different
Russia
scale.
really you
I
think
don't care to
Russia
talk about that.
interfered
That
with
has
the-
nothing to do with what we're talking about. You
Yeah,
notice?
so they turned
Do you
around and said it
notice?
was
Do you have
factual.
any introspection? Do you notice that every single time that I am right about something and you are objectively wrong, you're just like, no, I don't believe that. Do you think that you might have some sort of mental illness?
Do you think we have fake news? Do you think everything out there is?
I don't
is
think
all
that they're.
factual?
What are your thoughts on the
Do you think
Jews?
everything in front of
What are
you
your
is-
thoughts on
is
the
always
Jews?
truthful?
What are your thoughts on the Jews?
What are my thoughts on the Jews? I have no opinion.
So why do you think that there's a bunch of fake news?
To try to create to do this, to try to create
To create this?
conflict with
You think
people.
I'm fake news?
No, I'm saying that they do this to try to create arguments and conflict. And if they put something negative out there, then what? It's going to catch more eyes.
Let me
Something
ask
that's
you.
more negative
Okay,
catches
I'll
more
let you
eyes
finish.
than
Sorry.
positive.
Okay.
If something is very positive, it doesn't really catch eyes. Versus if some news source says, "Oh man,
Are you a
this,
fan of
that's a
Fox
good idea."
News?
No, I don't watch Fox News.
Is that also fake news? Because that's mainstream media. It's actually the most popular media source.
I mean, Fox News will push both sides of the agenda, both sides of the.
So you think it's fake
political
news?
spectrum. I don't think that everything out there is 100% factual. I think that a lot of news that's put out there is very propagandist.
Well, you don't like
They're
mainstream news,
propaganda.
right? And they're the most mainstream news. So why can't you just say? I get. You saw multiple sources of what I just showed you about the fact that a U.S. veteran was arrested in an ICE raid. You saw. I heard you.
not
You
really.
had three different sources, and you
saw-
said they were all fake news, but you won't like off the cuff.
the
But you
BBC
won't
news
tell.
was not-
But you won't
it was
tell me.
different. It was not. It was not BBC News.
What? But you won't tell me that
nothing.
Fox is fake news?
What I'm getting at is not everything that's put out there is factual.
Okay, but
There are
nobody's
people
going to
from
disagree with that. That
both
is irrelevant.
sides. So at Fox News, it's not just
It's
a
not both
one-sided-
sides. You know, and I love this. That you think that you both sidesing, but the thing is, you are such a fucking simp for your own little network. And I know you're lying to me when you say that you don't watch Fox News, because you wouldn't be this fucking retarded if you didn't watch it. Fox News is what made you this stupid, dude. Like, I honestly think that this is something that you should like
we go.
keep in mind. Is like, do you really? Is there anything that I could say to you? Can you say a single good thing about Joe Biden?
He's got nice teeth. He looks like he sleeps very well. Let's see.
About his policies, dude. Like, what do you mean?
About his policies. I mean, high taxes on business. That's not good.
Why shouldn't businesses pay their fair share? Seems like pretty cool.
Undocumented.
I didn't ask you for things that you don't agree with. You could just sit here and say that all day. Clearly, you just hate everything. My point of what I'm asking you is, can you say what? I can say a nice thing about Trump. Trump did a great job with Project Warp Speed. I could say that it's easy. It's easy for me to say. I am not audience or, I don't know, brain captured, friends captured. Maybe all your friends believe this. This is why you think that you can get away with just being this stupid because all your friends are this stupid. But like, I'm not brain stuck with like having to just be like, no, Trump's a god and I love him forever. Like, you understand that, like, we don't think that about Biden, right? Because we actually have like critical thinking abilities on the left here, where I think that you don't really understand that you are so incapable of being able to even say one single thing. The fact that Joe Biden was the most pro-union president in the entire history of this fucking country is something that you will never even acknowledge.
And at the same time, the cost of rent has gone up. The cost of food has gone up.
Where do you think inflation should be?
And we're relying on.
Where do you think inflation should be? Well, trust me. After those fucking after those tariffs are going in, the cost of rent's going like doubling, bro. You have no idea what we're about to see. You have no idea the amount of money that we're gonna have to start paying.
We got to stop sending money to other countries. I think we can't afford it. Why is the U.S.
What are your thoughts on Israel? Do you think? Do you think we should stop spending money? I agree. We should stop sending money to Israel.
Well, yeah, you got to negotiate.
Yeah, and stop sending them weapons.
If you have somebody who's at president who can be more involved,
Yeah,
and
you
try to
think
solve
it
these
would be kind of
issues
crazy
verbally.
to be able or to overturn a ban on like incredibly expensive weapons and then sell them to Israel?
I mean, I don't have an opinion really on Israel and Jewish
No,
and all
but you're
that.
saying just like profit wise, right? You're just talking about money. Do you think that we shouldn't be giving them like a, insanely like 2,000-pound bombs and shit like that, or are you all for that?
I don't think so.
Okay, so
I don't
we
think.
would agree
Yeah, I
that that
don't
was a
think
bad thing that Trump did.
Was that what Trump did? I don't know.
Yes.
So what I do, I don't, I care a lot about my own personal.
Okay, so you agree that that was a bad thing that Trump did. Okay, well there we go. We got something that
Okay,
you can
yeah.
you can be objective about, as long as I have to lie to you, or not lie, but like don't tell you who did it. Then that's not a lie. Obviously,
don't
I'm
know-
just not
I don't know the
necessarily
sources of
being hyper upfront about it. So
don't know
you
the
would
sources
agree
of
with
it.
that
I
as
don't-
long as so if I told you that Biden did something that Trump did, you would just agree with that. You know that you're in a cult, dude. Do you have no ability to
So I measure
reflect?
politics by my own personal well-being, right? Is our country
Okay, so
safe
how is but you can't
our
tell me what
country
Trump's doing for you.
thriving?
What is
Are opportunities out
our
there
country
for
is
people
doing
to
fine.
succeed?
Okay, well let me ask you this. Trump did fumble COVID at the beginning, and that did fuck you potentially. I'm sure. Did you know anyone that died of COVID?
It was a pandemic, so
Yeah. Did you know of anyone?
So-
And
so-
everyone
so if
suggested
it
for him to
was-
shut down the airports way before he did. So
there was parts of the country that shut down without his control.
parts of the country that shut down. What?
Dr. Fauci shut down parts of the country.
How did Dr. Fauci do anything? He wasn't the
scared people.
president.
He flipped his opinion around too, which is very strange. You could watch some of the video coverage of.
I didn't
how he
realize
went about
Fauci was
things.
so powerful. I didn't realize he was like the president.
Was he not in charge of health?
He can't do anything with the president's approval. What do you mean? No, he wasn't in charge of just generic health. Like, again, you have baby brain. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you put all the blame on Trump. Got it.
He was the president. You put all the blame on Biden for like inflation and shit, even though those things are like very difficult or very complicated.
What
Why?
was the policies that he put in play that made things much tougher on people?
What?
He shut down energy. He shut down the energy in this country that could have been.
Fauci shut
care of.
down energy?
No. Biden did.
He shut
When
down
he
just
took
energy.
office.
So we had no energy?
We had energy, but then you have to go through. Eventually,
You know that Biden
and
expanded
from the
like oil
reserves.
drilling and shit like that. Yeah, and because he expanded those. That's actually a good thing. Pulling from our reserves is a good thing. That makes, that's what's actually kind of funny that you say that, because that actually made oil prices cheaper in the US, where Trump's going to do the opposite. He's going to make our oil prices more expensive because he doesn't want to give oil. He's going to drill, baby, drill. But you know what? He's not doing it because this is true. This is true because he said it. He's not doing it to make our oil prices cheaper. He's going to sell it to other countries. He's going to have our oil prices either remain the same or get more expensive, but he's going to profit the companies that do the drilling. We are not going to be profiting from our natural resources, my guy. Our oil prices, again, are either going to get more expensive or citizen because they want to sell our natural resources to other countries. And he's been very, very, very clear about saying that. Thoughts? You think that's cool or no?
And eventually, it'll lower the cost of distributing.
When we're selling our natural resources to other people, it will eventually lower the cost for us? No, it just enriches oligarchs. Well, again, you have absolutely failed to explain how any of this is going to make you and my lives better.
You got to sit here and look at the prices of things today and then compare it to them 3 or 4 months from now, and then make a decision on what you think personally on your own personal on those types of elements.
So you honestly think that the economy is going to be better in 3 or 4 months after we have 25% tariffs that are going to happen basically like in 3 days? But you won't give me any reason as to why you believe that. You just are literally, again, do you not realize you're in a cult? You have no reason to believe the things that you're saying. You can't defend them.
So the reason for the tariffs...
You're like a
would be
fucking
to-
Hassan fan,
so if
dude.
the tariffs work, then you can lower the taxes here in America. If you lower the taxes here in America, then you have more room as a business to spend it on your people, and you can.
But they
increase
don't. Historically,
pay
as we
of the
proved
people.
earlier in this conversation, they don't. Historically, they don't do that. That's why, like, literally, they trickled down the economics in the
you would
80s.
rather-
So you
you
were
would
just
rather
lying about your
increase
2
the
business
taxes
degrees, aren't
on
you?
businesses.
You were just absolutely
rather-
lying about your business degrees. There's no fucking way you would believe
Just saying
that.
enough. So you'd rather increase the taxes here on the businesses. And how will that help you and I?
Yes,
if we
I would
increase taxes on
absolutely
business?
want to increase
think that
taxes on the
money will
business so
go
they
to
actually have
you?
to pay them. Are you kidding me? Do you not understand how like tax havens are? Do you think those are cool? That's a good thing?
So do you really think that tax revenue?
I think
will end up in
businesses
your
should pay
pocket?
more taxes than individual people. Do you disagree with that?
Maybe to some extent.
You disagree with that to some extent.
if you
Why do you
increase-
think that
if you
individuals
increase
should pay more
taxes-
than businesses? Businesses aren't people.
If you increase the taxes on a business, there's a high chance that it will just go out of business.
Well, not with your tariffs. Then they have to.
Especially
Then
if
they
it's
have
a-
to stay here.
Well, it depends on the business. If
Wait,
the-
so,
if the
okay,
business
in-
is here in America,
You
then
don't
it
even
won't get
understand your
tariffed.
own fucking like. Oh my god. So you're saying that what if they can't? Because the tariffs are crazy. So then we can have You realize that the only way that even your like insane idea of like having high tariffs, making businesses coming here profitable, that requires us to tax businesses like fucking crazy. You know that would be like the combo, right? The idea of the thing that you agree with, which is the tariffs to bring businesses back to America. The combo punch to even make that even feasible, even hypothetically, would be that you have to tax them. But you don't even agree with that. You don't even agree with that taxing.
So if the business moves from another country to this country, then it'll force job opportunities to Americans because it costs money to build a location, a building. It costs money for the services that are through the building itself. It costs money for maintenance in the building. It costs, and then there are taxes on the business.
No, but you don't want
Not
taxes.
just a sales.
You just
there's gonna
this
be-
entire conversation we were just
there will
having. You
be-
don't want taxes on businesses.
But
Then how do we do the 1-2 punch? How do we make money off of these businesses coming to America? We don't fucking tax them.
you're gonna tax them, but you don't have.
No,
to
but
tax
you
them
just
as
said you
much
don't want to.
because
That's the
they
only
move
way
the
that the
business
tariffs would
here-
even make sense in a fucking steel man of that argument. My God,
gonna
you know
be-
nothing. You know
there's
nothing.
tax
You're
revenue
insane.
benefits from that.
You are absolutely okay. Okay, I
So
think
the
we've
business
exhausted
is
this
another
conversation. Do you have anything else interesting to say, or is this about it?
If a business stays in another country, how is it helping money go into your pocket potentially?
It's not. It doesn't matter.
But if a business moves all their stuff to America,
It's still
then
not helping
somebody
me.
has
It
to
doesn't
get
matter.
paid.
Again, we had this
Somebody in
we
America-
already had this
somebody in
conversation.
America
You
has
don't
to
know
get
how
paid.
you tell me you. I don't know why you're asking me. You're the one who this is your argument. Tell me, how does it help
Eventually,
me?
That revenue gets, so that increases revenue to Americans in this country.
How? You won't say. You will not answer the single question.
Because you need a
How?
worker
This is.
to
I
build
think this
the-
is a perfect place to end this.
facility.
If you cannot answer this question, I'm gonna kick you. How the fuck does a business making more money put money into my pocket as an American citizen. Go ahead.
Because it will generate more revenue to everyday Americans. If a business
You don't
pushes
get
something from
that
another
is okay.
country
That is okay.
to America, then you have the facility that gets built, and then you have
Okay, we banned him. I asked him a very simple question. That was fucking insane. Because people who work at it make money. I don't work at it. How does that make me money? My God, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was, I thought, a fucking interesting conversation. But fuck me, dude. Are you kidding me? How are you that fucking unaware or unable to, like, oh, because it makes money for people who work there, that's gonna give me money? Actual mental illness, dude. Actual mental illness. That's insane. Oh, you see, the revenue will increase because people will have to buy more expensive products here, and they will be able to do that because, question mark? Like, none of that made any sense. Well, he did sound like a little Asmongold there, so maybe. Fuck me. Again, I talked to this man for like 40 minutes, and he could not tell me how the fuck does businesses making money in because there is a Stillman argument for that. But he couldn't even do that. Like the guy was giving me diarrhea having this conversation. Oh. Did you hear about the Dome fire? Yeah, Kelby said, I feel horrible that he lost his cat. What the? Oh, right. I deleted my ex account, so I can't see anything. If you could TLDR me, that'd be great. I deleted my ex account and deleted my Facebook. I can't do it. I'm just gonna start slamming slurs. At people. And like really like esoteric ones. Like call them like well, my favorite one is cunt. That's not really esoteric, but like I'm gonna start calling people cunts. I'm gonna start calling my family. I said if you voted for Trump I said on Facebook, if you voted for Trump, you should kill yourself. On Facebook, because I was crashing out a little bit. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just delete this app. But yeah, it's really sucks about Dylan. And his cat passed. And as somebody who had my cat pass from like a kind of like a random, not random act, that's a weird way to say it, but like my cat died on when I moved from California to Austin, Texas. My cat died on the airplane. I've talked about this multiple times, but just saying, like, I understand how devastating that is because you blame yourself. You blame yourself for it, and it's not your fault that random shit like this happens. But it still feels like it is because you loved that, you know, animal so much that it's like it sucks. Fucking sucks. She was 18 years young. Now we love our pets. Oh, man. Did they say what happened with the fire? Like, what started it? Yeah, I'm not on Twitter either anymore, so I'm kind of a Rondo and me found it. We're kindred souls in that fact that I'm not part of Twitter anymore. It was just like a freak accident. Again, I can't read that, chicken, because I don't have an X account anymore. Give me a TLDR about it. Or can you just copy paste the text? Or something. I don't mean to keep harping on this, but it fucking sucks. Everyone else gets that? Well, alright. Rude. Because, yeah, then you're going to feel so guilty about, like, if I would have been home, I could have left the door open. Like, that's also, like, one of the biggest, like, horrible things, like, I heard about, like, the fires in California. A lot of them, like, again, because of the wind, they happen so quickly that, like, people, like, couldn't get home. Like, I think a lot of people have been shitting on some, like, homeowners, like, for, like, leaving their pets, like, oh, you left them to die, but, like, if it's an evacuation area, you might not even be able to get into it. Like, I could not imagine, like, I'm at work, like, I work from home, so I guess there's an element of that makes it more unimaginable, because it wouldn't really make sense in this context, but, like, if I was at a place, let's just say even if it wasn't even work, it was just, like, I was at, like, a restaurant or something. And, like, I'm like, oh, my house is about to burn down. I am GTA driving my ass to go save them. But then they're going to be like, no, you can't go in here. This is like a zone. We'll see what our, but, like, again, the thing about wildfires in California when it's so dry is it happens so quickly. It happens so quickly. And that shit, like, your house can be gone, like, basically completely gone in a matter of, like, 5 minutes. It's really crazy, like, depending on, like, if you have anything flammable in the house, like, if it gets, like, a gas line, like, it is really fucking crazy how quickly your shit can go up. And it's like, I can't believe that there's people shitting on, like, I can't believe you left your pets there, like, where it's like they probably, weren't there, or they couldn't find them, or didn't have, like, when my house was, like, on fire, like, we have a bunch of, I got my 2 dogs out. We put them in the car. We made sure, like, luckily our neighbors also, like, asked, like, oh, you can put your dogs in our backyard. Very nice of them. But, like, our cat hid. One of our cats, we have 2 cats. One of our cats hid. So it wasn't like one of our roommates actually tried to get him, but he scratched the shit out of him. And then, like, cats are cats. They squirm away. And they squirmed away from him. Luckily, nothing happened. But, like, if the house would have gone up, that cat would have gotten fucked. And it's like, he fucking tried. Like, it's a fucking emergency, The idea of anyone, like, shitting on, like, anyone because their cat or dog or other animals, like, passed because an emergency situation happened. I think people are so judgmental about the idea that, like, oh, they just, like, didn't care, like, oh, we just let them sit there and die. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's the majority of the time that is absolutely not true. And I think that's horrible. Like, if anyone's ever lost a pet, like, I feel horrible. Like, I did the thing where I had to take my cat to the vet before I put him on the plane. And I still, like, for a long time, for years, I felt so fucking guilty about the idea that he died because I did kill him by putting him on a plane by United Airlines. So it was kind of like a, United and me together on that one. But don't do that. Just don't assume shit like that with people. There is nothing to be gained by it, and you're just causing other people who lost something that they loved, an animal that they loved and cared about. You are just causing them more pain, and you're doing nothing. So don't ever do that, I guess, is the main takeaway you get. I'm unreasonably paranoid about house fires when I'm not home, so I leave the balcony door open in case anyone wants to rob my house. Well, I'm actually going to put more stuff into your house and then set it on fire. I'm going to give you some more paranoia, but in, like, the reverse way. What if somebody goes into your house and sets it on fire? But you leave your door open. I assume you're joking, but for 3 cats, forever if they couldn't get out. Yeah, cats, panic and they hide. So cats are really scary. At least dogs are like, God, I could not imagine if my dogs... I have to get a dog hug. I have to get a dog hug. Dog hug! Ben! Ben! Hopefully our house. We'll have ultimate dog hug right now. Ben hates being held. But we're gonna... No, Ben! We have to do ultimate dog hug. Ultimate dog hug! I love you so much. Ultimate dog hug. Alright. He's kind of a heavy boy. I don't think he really likes being... Sometimes I look at myself in camera, I'm like, I'm a weird looking person. But we love that about me, right? I don't know. Love you, I love you. But Brady's a Corgal. Which is my cute name of Corgi. You're made out of clay, true. Yeah, Chicken, you've really been a hater today, huh? Such a squish doggo. True. Oh my god, he's doing a sploot. If you don't know what a corgi sploot is, I guess I could just show you an example of it. It's this shit that corgals do. This is a sploot. A corgi sploot. He's splooting right now. Where they just put their feet back. Male rights. How dare you say something so reasonable? Your cat does... Really? God, we love animals. At least we can all come together. As much as, you know, we have disagreements. We all do love our pets. That's why my other Reddit is just r/corgi. Not that I look at... Clearly I don't look at Reddit, but look at these fuckers. Look how cute these motherfuckers are. Oh!
New at 4 Aurora Police.
Whoa! Oh my god, I saw this. Oh, it's people dressing up like animals and scaring them? So we appreciate our animals. Bro, that's a crazy fursuit. That has to be for like a show, right? This can't be like a fetish thing to have this crazy of a fursuit. Oh, I do think I have a blue sky. Oh, look at that. Here, I'll follow you. The only... Wait. I'm not logged in. Also, your name is the only base tanky. Wait, look at that kitty. Look at that little kitty butt. Do appreciate I can actually see that. I didn't realize that they added the thing where you can't see posts on X anymore if you're not logged in, which is annoying. Whoa. That's not the video I wanted. That's this fucking weird fursuit. Yeah. Premium persona for sure. Look at this shit. This probably took this guy like 3 hours to put on. Oh, and the cat doesn't even like it. Cats are so spazzy. I love them. Oh, the video repeated. Sorry, I was having too much fun with it. All right, I'm gonna be on this all day if I keep doing this. Okay. Well. We have a little bit more time for another segment. I say that as if like I edit my videos. We have an Innuendo Studios video, the Alright Playbook of this, but it's only 10 minutes. And I feel like I want to shit on more people, so maybe this video will be more fun. You edit videos? Nope. Oh my god, I didn't even finish this. We didn't even get through half of this. Or we can finish this. Okay. Alright, we have either the wild card if any of you guys have like an interesting video. We have finishing up the Philip DeFranco video. We have the Alright Playbook, the South Bank of Rubicon video that just came out. And then we also have the worst commentary channels, which I think kind of might be interesting, but I think it'll be very off topic. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll get into one of them. So decide, I don't know.
I'm gay.
Young men want pussy, they're going to have to stop being so unfuckable.
I keep bumming myself out being like, I'm trying to be like positive, like just in general, because so much horrible shit's been going on. And then like, God, losing a pet is just, I feel like it sucks in kind of a different angle, because some people are just like, you know, out there being like, oh, it's just a cat, what does it matter? You know, type of thing. Like, but those are like your family, you know? And some people just don't get it. Basically exactly the feeling that we're all experiencing internally and trying to ignore. Maybe we shouldn't watch that one then. Yeah, I know you got pets, so I was gonna say that must be a really weird thing for you to upvote chicken. Oh, the war in Ukraine closely, so it puts all the pain in context. I don't really know the relevance to that exactly. Maybe I'm just not getting what you're driving at. I don't think that you're wrong in what you're saying. I just think I don't know if I understand what you're trying to say there. But yeah, no, like you think like the bad thing that would happen to Dylan would happen while he was in Ukraine, and it was, you know, when he was at home, which again is fucking insane. Like insanely unfortunate. All my sympathies to Dylan. Of course. Losing a pet's just bad. Mocky, give me other dog pets. Dog hugs. He thinks I'm a freak. Oh, I love you so much. Hug your pets. Oh, hug your pets. She is trying to leave, but I'm not letting you get away. Look at me, big hug. Hug your pets. I love you so much. You don't even know why I'm doing this. Okay. Just growled at me. Wait. Growled at him? Don't you? After she got fixed, she got really weird about growling at Ben. But she's just a psycho, so whatever. Wish I had pets to hug. Get plushies. Get some squishmallows. What are they called? I love plushies. They're not necessarily the same, but you know, they'll serve for a good hug. To be fair, they don't want to hug me, so probably better. Oh, right, Vinny, I was supposed to ban you. You're saying some dumb shit. I'm gonna give you 30 minutes. So you can reset to just talking about how, you know, you love your pets or whatever. I shouldn't really get a consensus on this. You fight them, true. Oh, Chicken, you've been linking some stuff in Discord. Or any of those bangers? Let's maybe just continue with this. I feel like we didn't even get through any of this. I got distracted. Oh, news articles? I thought they were videos. Okay, I just saw them and I was like working, so I didn't look into it.
Behind this move is illegal. With this, including Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who tweeted, "Trump is holding all the nation's hospitals and vital services
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to happen, Specs. So I was like, yeah.
hostage to seize power from Congress and hand it over to billionaires." And adding, "We must state the truth. This is a constitutional crisis. It's a massive illegal power grab
Considering clearly he could not defend his own position.
that the House and Senate have a sworn duty to stop." And so all that, probably the biggest pieces of news, at least.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Because when I was doing the Discord thing, I had to have the other desktop. Thank you for correcting me on that. Thank you.
For now, but there are also two other things I want to quickly hit on.
Or
The
make
first
me
is
aware
that
of
the
that.
Justice Department, under new management, announced yesterday that
If you're still hearing it, then that's just because you're in a poorly soundproofed room.
it's fired more than a dozen officials who worked on the two special counsel investigations into Donald Trump. The DOJ saying in a statement that Acting Attorney General James McHenry informed the employees that he, quote, does not trust these officials to assist in faithfully implementing the president's agenda. And in a letter sent to the fired officials that was obtained by the Washington Post, McHenry explicitly referenced Trump's repeated claims that the Biden administration weaponized law enforcement to undermine Biden's political enemies. But also here we saw
Like who?
experts saying that this is actually exactly what Trump is doing with this move, going after his perceived opponents. But this is
Imagine like just having such a lack of media literacy or like just general like abilities to understand the world. To be like a grown-ass adult, like 25, like I don't even mean like an 18-year, but like a 25-year-old plus person, and not and think that Biden and Trump are the same. To have the gall to also argue with people, you know, who are significantly like your senior in multiple ways, not only within your family. I'm trying to be not specific, but I'm not doing a good job. My point is my fucking cousin was being a gigantic cunt to my mom. She basically said to my mom, like, I deleted my Facebook like last Tuesday because I was you know, I was saying some very aggressive shit that I do stand by the way. I'm not embarrassed about it, but I don't feel like it was doing any good at all. So I was just like, you know what, for my own mental sake, let's just bail out. But anyways, my mom was just basically saying, she said like a very innocuous comment, generally speaking, about how, oh, all this shit that's happening is fucking insane and chaotic, and you voted for chaos, you get chaos. Like, very reasonable statement. And like my bitch ass fucking retard cousin who got divorced at 19, so you know how many brain cells she's working with, like who married a cop, said that you know, when Biden got elected, I was saying he's gonna ruin the country and people told me to shut up, but you know, now that Trump is in office, everyone's saying to me, or all your family does is complain about everything that Trump does. I think that you should stop talking about it. She said that's my mom saying that. And I was like, you dumb bitch. I will defend my mom forever, of course. She's not a particularly adversarial person. But holy fuck, I said call her a cunt. I said you need to call her a cunt. I almost reacted in my Facebook just to call her a cunt. Oh, she told me to kill myself too, which is, you know, kind of funny. But like, I think I started it, I guess, when I was like, which is funny because I did what I guess Razor said that she said. She saw my, anyone that voted for Trump thing. I don't have her phone number. Do I? I will do it right now if I do have her phone number. I don't think I do. I don't. Ooh, she got lucky with that one. I was 100% gonna to call my cousin Holly a cunt if I had her phone number, but I don't. She's not coming to my wedding, and I didn't even remember that she had even said anything about it. Which is good, I don't have to pay for a dumbass. It's not catty at all. Catty would be like, yeah, I don't think that I'd want to have you at my wedding. That'd be like some catty shit. Just directly calling her a cunt is like the opposite of catty. It's just being like straight up, you are a piece of shit cunt and I fucking hate you. That is the most direct thing the most anti-catty thing you could possibly say. We gotta start being mean to these people because it doesn't matter. Being nice to them didn't do us any good, dude. Every single thing that's happening is, for one, gonna fuck over Trump supporters, and we all knew this was gonna happen. But being like, look at you getting fucked over is not helpful. Just be mean to them. Be like, you are ruining my life, and you're ruining your life. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Because they're also weak. These people are all weak. They like are completely like. Oh, so let me read you what I said to my mom earlier. I think I already read this already, but I'm proud of it. I think it's funny. I said, my mom said, true, but I want to be, I said, honestly, you should do her a favor and remove her as a friend. If she doesn't have the emotional maturity to just ignore you, or the mental acuity to have an actual conversation about your positions. And then my mom said, true, but I want to be there when Trump does something that affects her personally. I'll put up with that crap waiting for that day. And I think, no, you're wrong to think that. These people are stupid. Trump will say it's like Guatemalans that are causing the issue and they will just agree. You can't logic them out of a position they didn't logic themselves into. If not that, be aggressive. call her unintelligent and say she's poor and how you're a self-made millionaire and she's a divorced loser. That's what Trump would say. And my mom said, that is what Trump would say. They love him. Let's just act like Trump, bro. He literally would just call her a divorced loser who's like cringe and gross or whatever. Or not cringe. He wouldn't use that phrase. He's like, ugh. I think she's unattractive. She's ugly. I don't even know what she looks like anymore. I haven't seen her in like 10 years. But fuck it. I thought that was funny. If you guys don't think that's funny, I don't know what to tell you, but get out of the stream. I don't know.
They argue it's not just political is doing with this move, going after his perceived opponents. But this, as they argue, it's not just political, saying that this move violates civil service protections for non-political employees and contradicts decades of civil service law that says employees can only be fired for misconduct or
Imagine saying that about Hitler.
bad performance,
Hitler's tearing us apart. Tearing us apart, Lisa.
not doing their jobs as directed. With, for example, Greg Brower, a U.S. attorney during the George W. Bush administration, saying that this move was totally unheard of and adding, this is unprecedented given
Bro, how old is this man if he was during the Bush administration? Solid hairline.
the career status of these people, which makes them not subject to dismissal by the president and the apparent lack of any cause that the department has been able to articulate. So this is really notable, and while there have been and will continue to be a lot of
Usually evil takes your hair, but
firings as Trump continues his transition to power, these are distinctly different, which is also why it's so important to flag. But then, the final thing that I want to touch on in this batch
you know what I think would be a really funny series is a Where Are They Now with the first Trump administration, where they'd be like, where is Kellyanne Conway? Where is Omarosa? Where is this press secretary? I don't even remember his name. Cookies? Something like that? What the fuck is his name? Because I assume they're either completely irrelevant or like are maybe dead.
batch is that the Trump administration has now asked CDC officials to stop working. The final thing that I want to touch on in
Ooh,
this
love
batch is
that.
that the Trump administration has now asked CDC officials to stop working with the World Health Organization.
That's a really good idea. You know what's a really good idea? Again, well, oh, you know what's also great? I don't know if you heard about the news about this, but literally I can't believe I even have I can't even remember which one it is. Measles, mumps, or polio or something like that is her. I had it in my head when I started speaking, and then I forgot halfway through exactly which one it was, but I'm gonna go back and actually look it up. We're like Idaho or some shit. It's like having like an insane influx of one of those things that oh no, it was TB, it was tuberculosis. Yes, Calby, we said it at the same time, but yes. Fucking like Illinois hold on, let me just look it up. I don't know why I keep speculating. TB outbreak. We're literally having a TB outbreak in Kansas. Tuberculosis. Like, what year is it? Bro, like, what are we talking about? Yeah, great president. So, you know, there's a lot of this aspect of like preventative care means that things don't happen, which are low IQ dumbass brains. Like, you're gonna have to accept. Oh, Ben, I took my headphones off. Sorry, Ben thinks I'm upset and he's trying to help. It's okay. I'm happy mad right now. Okay, I'm not sad mad. You don't have to jump on me. But where it's like the things that like you wouldn't assume, like, or that you'd be like, I mean, maybe I'm an outlier in this, but I have like trust in the government generally speaking. Obviously not in this particular governance, but like generally speaking, I have trust, well, specifically because their intention is to undermine the establishments. I do have trust in establishments, okay? In America specifically. And this is shit that like I assume that they prevent because they just exist. Like it's like a aura thing. And this is shit that is not necessarily being caused by what's happening, but I do think that Trump is the Antichrist, and I do think that his the way that the Antichrist is perceived as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and I do think he's pestilence. Last time he was in power, he had COVID. Even if we're gonna go conspiratorial, obviously I'm being a little silly here, but let's be real here. Last time he was in power, he had a once-in-a-lifetime fucking pandemic. Now we're having tuberculosis in Austin. There's a flu outbreak. There's a fucking bird flu that's making our eggs way more like. He's literally the fucking Antichrist, dude. Like, I don't know how else he's going after the Catholic Church. Well, to be fair, that's not really a bad thing, generally speaking. But like, holy fuck! Like he's like going after that bishop that was just like, hey, I think you should be kind of like, merciful to trans people, or like gay people or whatever. I don't remember what exactly she said, but like very like. I don't know, actually Christ-like behavior where like, he hung out with like, prostitutes and people that were not in the main dredges of society. The alt crowd or whatever you would say. And we're very sympathetic to the people like that. That's some actual Christ-like behavior. And they're like, no, fuck that bitch. Oh, was she not Catholic? Whatever. Like, the point being, like, he's literally the Antichrist. He's literally the Antichrist. I cannot see a better example of an Antichrist than Donald J for... not Jesus Trump. I don't know. I started that joke and thought I would come up with something during it, and that's the best I had. And woman bishops. Well, the progressive Pope or whatever. Oh, speaking of Catholics, the movie. I'm not gonna give you the spoiler because it's not really. It's like kind of like a murder mystery. But the I keep calling it the Cloister. It's not called that. It's called. I'm never going to remember this name because it's just not sticking in my brain, and I just got to accept that. But the Catholic movie, the movie that's about the Catholic Church that's up for an Oscar, is pretty good. I would suggest it. If only I could remember the name. I will be right back. Look, I'm living in a different world where I've been complaining about how cold it's been because in Texas here in Austin, Texas, it's been like I'm from California, so I do not live in California, but I am from California. So anything under 50 is like not real. I don't get it. It's like a novel. But it's been like around like in like the 30s lower, and it's been so cold in this room. And everywhere else in the house it'll be okay, but this room specifically has been so cold. And I didn't know why. I thought it was because there's a really big window here, even though it's covered. But the real reason is that I have 2 vents up here for the, HVAC. And they were closed. And I've just been like sitting here freezing my balls off for like no reason. And now I opened them. I opened them the other day. I got, a ladder, as you do. And you hit the open valve. And it is a whole new world in here, about like fucking like 30 degrees warmer. And it's a vibe. Need some ball warmers. Well, I don't need them anymore now that I have these open. These are my ball warmers. My 2 vents. I'm getting double blasted because like the way that the vents are, they're perfectly shaped. I wonder if I turn the fan. I also have like a ceiling fan. I wonder if that would make me even warmer, but I'm at a good temperature now. But again, I didn't think it was literally possible to get colder than like 55 degrees. If you ever look at like, it's kind of like a stupid thing, but like it's funny. If you ever look at like look at Oakland, look at not even Oakland, look at Livermore, California. Look at Livermore's temperature. Here, I'll do it right now. And it's like the most like California ass shit ever. Or it's all the same. 60, 56, 56, 58, 62, 65, 62, 57. Like there's no... California doesn't have weather. I hate it. But I absolutely get why people like it. Not necessarily because I like, again, like 41, 41, 41, 50, 52, 57. Like as like the low, like California's all just like 60 degrees when it's winter, which is very depressing in my opinion when it comes to like seasons. It's like the opposite of like seasonal defective disorder, where like it's not because things change, it's that it doesn't ever change. Tom should arrest me, probably. Why? I don't know. I'm annoying. I am autistic, so they did start rounding up we're going like, Nazi style. I am autistic, so. Someday I'll afford to rent a house with central heating. Or do you have one of those like window units? Or like, I guess it's not a heater, it'll be the AC. Like you should get one of those like Japanese tables with like the air or the heating thing under it. Japanese table with heater underneath. These are sick. You should get one of these, Calby. They're like $1 million, but they're pretty sick. Look at how cozy this is. Or it has a little heater under it, so you're just like constantly under you're in the cozy zone. Livermore is like it's not that hot, but it does get quite hot. It's in the valley, so it tends to get some like wind, which, Oh, look at that. It comes the cat. Meow. Cold weather 67. Did Chipmunk get it? I'm gonna make this my desktop background. Can I save this image? Oh, I don't want to wash it into like my foreign folder, which I don't have. I'm making this my desktop background. Wait, how do I do that? Just save the image. I'm being such a boomer right now. Dude, I despise Windows and making me have shit like OneDrive. It's so poorly set up. I hate it. I have to like go out of my way to uninstall it. Create desktop background. There used to be a default. What the fuck? Create desktop background. You tell me I have to right click on my desktop and then go to display settings and then click the image that I just downloaded. What the fuck? Why can't things just be the same? Personalized background. Browse photos. Desktop. Wait, what? I didn't put in the desktop? Downloads? Where did I just save that photo to? Save image as? It's literally in downloads. Why are you telling me it's not here? What? Save image as? It's a WEBP file? It says it's a PNG. Are you trying to say I can't have a I can't have a PNG? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Stop! Copy image. Browse photos. Paste. Control V. Who are these Nazis making it so you know, let's be conspiratorial. Why the fuck can't I put this image as my desktop background? It's Microsoft and Big Trump or something? See, that's the level of insanity that these people literally are. Where it's like I don't get that they're a parody of themselves. That's like a played out phrase, but holy shitballs, dude. Can you like come back to society? Okay, whatever. I'm not making it my background. I'm too lazy for that, I guess. Downloads. I can see the image. Make desktop background. Show more options. New. Group by. Sort by. View. View. Sort by. Group by. Refresh. Customize this folder. Open in terminal. Give access to new properties. What the fuck? No, it doesn't do it anymore. I'm on fucking Windows 11. This shit sucks. Windows, like, I swear to God, they just do it to fuck with you. You remember when about 3 hours and 22 minutes ago, we were watching this video that we're only 9 minutes into? Yeah, fuck Windows 11, true. My dad bought me this nice-ass PC, and it came with Windows 11. That is not his fault. Also, Windows gets so bad. Every single iteration of it gets so much worse. I loved Windows 7. I feel like Windows 7 was like peak. And then everything after that has been dog shit. Ever since like Cortana was a thing, it's not even her voice. It's so bad. And it's like the dumbest shit ever. I hate newer versions of Windows. It doesn't like play well. Oh, you know, you're right. XP was peak. 7 was when it went downhill. Because it was like 7, and then like 7 was like, ugh, all the bullshit started. Yeah, 7 was when it actually started getting bad. XP was peak, for sure. Nobody has, Kelby. Nobody's ever used Cortana. It works for what? So you're right-clicking an image and just hitting. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Do you think I'm like? Okay. None of this is sussy shit. Trump. Okay. Right-click, open, edit favorite, compress, properties, edit to edit photos, show more options. Edit with Paint, edit with Photos, edit in Notepad, add to favorites, scan Microsoft, open with, gain access, copy as path, share, restore previous version, send to, cut, copy, create shortcut, delete, rename property. Where is this option, chicken? It's a PNG. It's like a very standard web file. What do you mean? You think if I save this as a JPEG, it would work? Oh, then why did it save as .png? Well, edit with Paint, and then I'll just save it as a different file. Oh shit, we can add a background. We just want to do like a really stupid gradient. I don't know if Paint could do PNG files. It is a PNG file, clearly. The PNG file, generally speaking, just means it's got layers to it. I'll dye it green. I don't know how to do the layers. Okay, I'm not trying to figure this out now. All right, say as a JPEG. All right, I'm saving it as a JPEG. This should work. Now then, personalized background, browse photos. There it is. All right, there it is. We did it. We did it, guys. This is now my photo background. Or my desktop background. I want this on my grave, which is kind of a catch-22. Always remember this. When our boy Vinny comes back in like 10 minutes or whatever after I banned him for 30 minutes, you gotta have this be your background. I think it would just like... It would shirk off him like rain on a wing. Because it doesn't seem like anything that I told him was sinking in there. I am so excited when February hits to see how much he added to the deficit. Because you know it's going to be like... I was going to say like $20 billion is like a joke. That it would like... It would be... Like I would be overstating the case. But I think that actually would be accurate. That it probably had added $20 billion to the deficit with this type of shit.
And cut off all
Oh my god,
communication.
no,
And
let's
this is
speak
also why
about
it's so important
what
to
this
flag.
retard is
Then,
doing.
the final thing that I want to touch on in this batch is that the Trump administration has now asked CDC officials to stop working with the World Health Organization
Right.
and cut off all communication. And this move comes 1 week after Trump issued an order beginning the process of withdrawing from the WHO. Still, you had experts saying this new demand, it comes as a surprise because Trump's order didn't take immediate effect. Instead, just kicking off the process.
See, and he couldn't argue for anything that Trump's actually doing good.
And what's more, there are several things
And that's, I think, very indicative of... Like, how could you? If your guy is doing, like, such... Everything is bad, you gotta... just not engage, I guess. Like, if Joe Biden was out here doing this shit, I'd be going after him aggressively. The thing is, right-wingers don't do it because they're in a cult, dude. It's frustrating.
that
Just
need to
say
happen before the
it
United
lightly.
States can leave the WHO. Right, first and foremost, Congress actually has to approve the decision, and the United States also needs to provide a 1-year notice and meet its financial obligations for the fiscal year. So the sudden shift seems to go against the expected timeline, and one expert even said, stopping communications and meetings with WHO is a big problem. People thought there would be a slow withdrawal. This has really caught everyone with their pants down, and adding that talking to WHO is a two-way street, or because both agencies are in contact daily and benefit from collaboration on tests, treatments, and outbreaks. Which is also why you have others arguing that this sudden move, it poses a number of direct health threats, including
Oh, did you get dilated? That shit sucks.
setting back investigations trying to stop various viruses and monitoring bird flu outbreaks. But yeah, that is where we are for now on all of those fronts. You know, because this is, yes, a news show, but I also want it to be a conversation. I'd love to know your
Are
thoughts.
gonna add quite a bit. Well, the fact that we like sent the military down for like to the border to just stand and stare at the wall for like no reason, and then like they didn't stay there. They like went back home. This is because they don't want it to be so obvious that they're fucking up. Like, we're cutting stuff. Like,
Thoughts and opinions here. Also,
yeah, they were doing such a good job. Doge did such a good job cutting stuff that Vivek's not even part of it anymore.
if you or someone you know are being impacted by the things that are happening here or potentially going to be impacted, I'd love to hear from you in those comments especially. But then, switching gears to a drastically different story, much lower stakes, but it's gotten a lot of attention. Let's talk about this woman, Deja Blandick, right? She's suing Lyft.
Hi, Deja.
It's got the internet divided, so let's talk about her. It's Deja, also known by her rapper name, Dank DeMoss, or more simply, Big.
If you saw The Apprentice movie, he's invading his wife. You know what I mean? Trigger warning for that movie. There's a pretty horrific rape scene.
Dank is a musician in Detroit who, and this is relevant to the story,
With
weighs nearly
Ivana.
500 pounds according to the Express Tribune. So the way the story goes is that earlier this month, she ordered a Lyft ride to a Detroit Lions watch party, but when the driver arrived in his sedan, he apparently told her that he couldn't let her inside, and that's when she started filming.
Yeah, I got no space at home. My car is small.
I can fit in this car.
But believe me, you can.
Yes, I can.
Believe me. So
Why the fuck do I have
With the
Discord
man
open
then
on his
saying that his
computer?
tires were tired, seeming to imply that he didn't think they could support her weight, with him then telling her that he'd cancel the ride so she wouldn't be charged, and suggesting that she order a larger vehicle instead.
Why?
Okay, I'm kind of like, if you're a plus size lady or man, it doesn't really matter your gender or sex or whatever. He might be kind of an asshole about it, but like, what are we ignoring the fact that you are a large lady? Like, oh, I don't know, I can fit in this seat perfectly. Like, no, we're not gonna do this, like, denying reality there. I think that he could be more graceful about it, but he doesn't seem like he's being a dick, you know? Like, it is what it is. She probably could fit in the car. Let's be real here. She probably could absolutely fit in the car. She's not a fucking mattress. But this seems like a nothing story.
I don't never have to order an Uber XL.
yeah, I'm really sorry.
Being
So then,
substance and
Blandick
not.
posts that video to TikTok and Instagram, where they then go viral and get picked up by several news sites. With that, we saw her saying that she wanted to spread body positivity and show what larger people have to go through. She also posted an image showing the weight limits for different car models, reporting to prove that the one that she ordered could have picked her up. And then,
She was with Tank. Funny. Also shared an image of Instagram showing which car models could accommodate how much weight per. Okay, well that's not the point. You just didn't think you were gonna fit and be comfortable, and you want to get like a bad rating or whatever. I assume. I don't know. Being 489 pounds. Jesus Christ. That reminds me, I had to work out. I'm noticing because I'm losing weight. Usually my ass, like when I was like a lower weight, my ass was like still like pretty plump, but my tits were not. And now for some reason it's reversed. My tits are still pretty fucking juicy or whatever. But my ass is like, not like it's like saggy or anything like that. It's just not as plump. I'm losing weight in different spots is my point, as I'm unexpected from when I had been a lower. We love that for you. When I was a lower weight, it's kind of weird. I didn't realize that's how it played out.
She added that the experience was humiliating.
Anyways.
She had chosen to take a mental health break. But now ordered could have picked her up. And then she added that the experience was humiliating and she had chosen to take a mental health break. But now, like I said, she has taken it a step further. She has filed a lawsuit against Lyft for discrimination. And with that, you had her attorneys telling Fox News that weight is a protected characteristic in Michigan.
It would be no different than a driver pulling up and saying, you know, I don't want to have black people in my car. Or
Okay, come on. You're being a little bit dramatic on that. He's a lawyer. He's got to defend his client. He's going to say whatever. I get it. But that's a little silly.
I don't want to have Christians.
That's a little silly to say that. Because being black or Christian has nothing to do with any sort of like feasibility of fitting in a chair. I'm thinking this more like in this context, I don't necessarily... I'm thinking this like more like in the idea of like a airline seat where I don't necessarily agree with in this situation that it was unfeasible for her to fit in the car. And I could see why you get pissed off at someone being like, you gotta get an XL, you know, like, yeah, that could not make you feel good. I think that would seem insulting to you in some extent. And I am very sympathetic to, or empathetic and understanding that that could make you feel bad. However, like, let's be real here. You really trying to say that you're like, that it would be, if this was on an airline, that you would have the same argument? The thing is, yes, he would have the same argument. And it would be so ridiculous, or equally as ridiculous, but you gotta do what you gotta do for your client. I get it.
In my car or Muslims in my car. It's the same. Under the law, it's the same.
And this is, it's
Yeah, and he's talking about the law. So again, he would be just doing the same argument. I get it. Again, no fat shame to her. Go off, queen. I don't care. Just realize, like, you know, the reality is the situation. You're a large woman, and we love that for you, you know? But, like, okay, so you can't fit in places.
Clear whether this happened before or after the lawsuit, but Lyft replied to Blanding on Instagram writing, "We're disheartened to look at this driver's unacceptable behavior. Please DM us at your earliest convenience for additional support. We'd like to address this as soon as possible." But as of right now, it's unknown whether she's been in contact with them.
Whether or not you agree with what happened, they would have answered that way.
Though she did give an interview
They're
to
just trying to save face, business bullshit, you know what I mean?
Fox, in which she explained her perspective.
I've been in cars smarter than that, you know. As I'm walking, I see him like making faces or whatever. I'm like, oh man. The kicker part was when he started to talk about his tires. You know, I feel like that was a
Girl, how the fuck can you see with it? I've had some crazy eyelashes. I love fake eyelashes. Don't get me wrong. No hate to her on the fake eyelashes, but just in like a logistic sense, they get heavy, bro. You got some strong ass like eyelids. Maybe I have weak eyelids because I'm Asian or something. I don't know.
slap in the face. That was like my tires. You know, like I just want them to know, like it really hurt my feelings.
And so with all this, depending on where you go on,
Yeah, I bet it probably did feel bad. It did seem a little rude. I agree. Or I don't think that's not agree, but I obviously I wasn't there, but like I understand how that would make her feel that way, and I'm trying to be better at using sympathy and empathy correctly, because a lot of people use it as a synonym, and it's not. But maybe it doesn't really matter. However, I'm empathetic to the situation. I get it. I bet she did not feel good about it.
online,
That's embarrassing. Embarrassing, I get it.
drastic.
It really hurt my feelings.
And so with all this, depending on where you go online, there have been drastically
It's a
different
non-starter.
reactions to the news.
Yeah,
Which is
we'll
why
see.
with that, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? I'd love
Well, the thing is, she's also a social media figure. They said at the beginning of this that she's like a singer. She's like a TikToker or whatever. They might just want to get a little bit of a. My guess is what Lyft should do is just do a settlement, because I don't imagine they're asking for that much. I don't think that I'm not adding any moral value to what I'm saying with that. I don't think that like she is necessarily in the right with that. It's just that for what it seems like they could probably just, you know, give her like a $100,000 payout or something, and then it would just all go away. I don't know. I'm not saying that she was doing it directly just for like money, but I just think that that would be the best way. I mean, if she wanted to actually fight it, then like by all means, but from a business sense, it seems like the best way to get the bad PR to go away, I guess. I mean, to be fair, do you guys use Lyft? Maybe I'm just like in a bubble, but I only use Uber. And I've generally speaking had good experiences with Uber, but I don't use it that often, so that's in a whole different ballgame, I guess. For the safety of the vehicle. Yeah, that's also true.
Love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then we'll get back to more news in just a moment. But first, you know, I'm too busy. It'll heal on its own. I don't know which doctor to go to. Does any of that sound familiar? Because trust me, we've all been there, right? Looking at ZocDoc.com/Phil. One more time to remember, ZocDoc.com/Phil.
Okay.
Then moving on to other news. If you've been thinking about buying a new phone, PC, gaming console, pretty much anything with a chip, I'd recommend buying it now. And that because President Trump announced this yesterday.
In particular, in the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and
Again, another example of Trump literally ruining our country.
Pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America. They left us and they went to Taiwan, which is about 98% of the chip business, by the way.
With Trump then going on to say,
yeah, do you not know what the CHIPS apps
that such a tariff would start at 25%.
CHIP app
this
is all
one
about
of those things that every American is going to feel, unless you're like Ted Kaczynski living in a cabin in the middle of the woods. You know, almost anything with electronics that involves
Okay, so I put in for my passport renewal about like a week and a half ago. I have not heard anything back. I am convinced I am not getting my passport back, which Razor and I wanted to go to Italy for our honeymoon, but yeah, good luck. Yeah, you're right, chicken. And I think that maybe we're gonna have to settle to the cabin in the woods, because honestly, that kind of seems pretty fire. Just a random cabin in the woods with like no Wi-Fi. Dude, how sick would that be? I mean, the only bad thing would be like when you come back after like 2 weeks, like basically, I don't even know if my house would be there anymore. But the dogs in a cabin in like the random woods, like you'd like download like stuff, but like have no news. That would be so awesome. We're just me, my husband. I bring my bow. We go shooting. We have fun. Because that's the thing that I think would happen, you know, because I'm not getting my passport back. That's just not coming back. Is your marker X? Don't think so, but I was considering that when I was signing it out, and I don't remember signing it out when I was like checking the boxes. That's what I'm like concerned about, because if there was an option for non-binary, I think I would have selected it. And then I know that would get fucked. They probably would have just like thrown it in like a volcano. But I don't know I don't remember if I did, because I didn't change. I don't think I changed anything. So the thing is, I'm pretty confident I'm not getting that shit back. Because again, to renew your passport, my passport I got when I was like 10 years old. So it expired, you know, not that long ago. Because I'm 32, so it expired like when I was, I guess it was 10 years from there. And No, I think I got it renewed at some point. Point being, it expired like 3 years ago. Or no, probably more than like 4. But like, doesn't matter. Point being, I had so much time and I have no one to blame but myself for this one. However, well, I can also blame the Trump government. But like, if I'm going to do actual personal responsibility, I will admit I could have done this when Biden was president. However, does that mean that because Trump's president, he's not to blame for the fact that I'm never getting that shit back? Of course he is to blame for the fact that I'm never getting that shit back. I was making a joke. Maybe if I tanned enough, like maybe I could like call ICE on myself and I get like a free vacation to Colombia or something. Shut the fuck up, chicken. You're never gonna... Nobody's on board with you trying to make me seem old. As much as you're trying to make me seem old, you're still older, you old bitch. My bro has a farm and it sounds nice, but it sucks. Now he has Starlink. Do you have to like pay like a lot for Starlink, or is it just like a any internet provider? I have no idea. Like Starlink is one of those things that also like came out of nowhere. Starlink? How much does it like cost? Starting at $120 a month? That's not bad at all. I'd pay for that shit if I could live in the forest. 120? My ISP is like... Well, it's starting, so maybe it is depending on where you are. But like, my ISP, granted I have fiber, is like 300 or something a month. You can't get normal. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to get it. I don't like begrudge him for having it. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with getting the internet service, but it's pretty reasonable. But I bet it's probably more expensive depending on where you are. It's not the best connection, but better than nothing. Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, you gotta take what you can get. I mean, I think one of the big things that iPhones are gonna come out with, is gonna be like iPhone hotspots, because iPhones don't do that. Maybe I'm just not in the right program. But it's basically just that in a way. I mean, it's satellite. I understand it's different, but like, I'm talking the practicality of it. They do now? I mean, mine doesn't. I don't think so. Well, let me see. Hotspot. How to set up personal hotspot on iPhone or iPad. Okay. Oh, I think it has to do with your carrier. I have AT&T and I don't think I pay for a hotspot option. I think it's like more to do with the carrier. I'm sure the phone physical capabilities are able to do it. But I think it has to do with like what you pay for or whatever. So you know what? Do not make fun of my iPhone. I will defend my iPhone. I've had an iPhone forever. I had a Sidekick. Yo, check this shit. If I could have my Sidekick back, I would. But if you're gonna go from one thing to the other,
Motorola, T-Mobile, just do it already. This is the T-Mobile Sidekick. I remember having one of these like it was yesterday.
Hell yeah, me and you both passed the scratch.
Matter of fact, my fiance still has an old one somewhere around her. But there have been
Is this guy my fiance? What the fuck? My dad has it. My dad has this like nice setup, or a little it's kind of like a china closet thing where it's just like a windows that you can kind of open, and it's just like for like a display cabinet, I guess you would call it. And he has all those old phones, so he still has my Sidekick.
ton of people talking about how much they would love if T-Mobile brought back the Sidekick. And it looks like it might just be happening. If you are not familiar
Is that
with
a
the
racist?
Sidekick, this is what it pretty much looks like. It has a little screen that flips up on it. It's pretty
Hell
cool.
yeah, that shit was
then
fire.
they came with another version. This is the XL Sidekick, which the screen
I had this in blue.
slides up. It was super cool. I think it might have even had a camera on it. And they gotta bring these back. So with everybody talking about bringing the phone back, they even came up with a concept phone of how it might look if they actually bring it back. And I have to say,
Does he have an iPhone 1? No. The first iPhone we had was an iPhone 3.
this would be your
Or 4?
2025 T-Mobile side.
I currently have an iPhone 15 XL or whatever. I love your color background. Oh, European. They spelled color with a U, which I think is the more accurate way of spelling color, to be fair. But European noted.
Sidekick, and I think this would be dope. Like, this would definitely give.
Or British. What, are British not considered European anymore just because they left the EU? They're still fucking European. I'm an American. No, you didn't do anything wrong, Novo. It's just a goof because in America we spell color COLOR. But in basically everywhere else it's spelled more correctly, in my opinion, in terms of phonetically, COLOUR. Because to me that sounds more correct. Like my name, Nina, Neina, is more phonetic than like Nina. Like Nina, it would be like the American pronunciation of Nina. So that's why I spell my name Neina. And it definitely was not because it was a WoW name that I had and they already took it. Also, in Marvel Rivals, somebody had my name taken, spelled the way that it is. Was it one of you fuckers that stole my name? That's some shit that Chicken would have done. You would have just downloaded the game just to steal the fact that I couldn't have the name Neina. Calby, no, I do think it's you. But I could not believe that. Oh, don't act like you wouldn't do that, Chicken. Shut up. I don't think you would play, but you'd still do it to troll me now. Like color? Yeah, most non-US people spell it that way. Shut. I would never. How dare you accuse me? This chicken over here. Anyways, I want this.
Give Apple, Samsung, all the other.
No, I want the Sidekick because that Sidekick slapped. Hold on, you got to get the real good on the Sidekick real quick. Yippoo. YouTube. Sidekick phone flip. You got to get that good analog ass flip. Check this shit out. This is the exact phone I had. Get ready. This is the right type of music, I guess, at the time. Yo, ready? Yeah, the Sidekick LX. Get it! Do the flip! Do the flip! I feel like they're trying to make me edge right now. Come on. Oh shit. Ah! I just nutted. Yo, that flip was so fun. It was a great phone. That flip. Ooh. Ooh. Don't tell me with that flip more. Ooh. You went back to a dumb phone? How large phones became? Well, I shouldn't tell you my gigantic phone. But look, there's so much more space. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck me, I forgot what I was talking about. Uh, the fuck? Dude, some people are so weird with I gotta make it so you can't message me on Discord. Wait, I think I did. This person part of. You know, it's always a really good indication of like not a crazy person when they just say hi, 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 hi. Sorry, there's some like level of or some element of like I don't necessarily leave my DMs open, but I used to get some psychotic shit on Twitch DMs that are very funny. They're very funny to read. It obviously is like I'm gonna kill you and rape you and stuff like that. So it's not like that funny inherently, but like there's some element of that. I like just reading it to people because it's like somebody. It's a non revenge porn sharing of like it's like basically like sharing a dick pic somebody sent to you, but it's not like a revenge porn thing. Well, Kelby, I like it when you say hi to me. Oh no, I shouldn't have told you guys this. But I think like I love the psycho messages. Not that I like that they happen, I just love to share them. Because I will say the name of who it is. Like, oh here, I can show you. Because it still saves. I have some of my fucking bangers on Twitch. I don't even know why this messaging option. Oh wait, did they get rid of it? No, it is. Whispers. Oh, I have one from Headless Chicken. Yet another test. He was testing something. That was just a goof. But I have a lot of these that are like really fucking weird of people that are like talking at me while I'm like, yeah, I love when you lick your lips like that, girl, or so like that. And I'm like, and clearly like they're just like I was like midstream. Oh, it's gonna take me too long to find it. Those people are blocked, so that's probably a good one. People are just really fucking weird. They're trying to find a good one. Because I think that if I block them, I don't see their messages, so then I'm kind of missing out on the good shit. Wait, I have blocked that person. Okay. Hold on. I'll find a good one. Give me a sec. So, okay, this isn't really the best one, but random, but would you ever sell feet pics? Just wondering. This is from 7/28/2022. Random, but would you ever sell feet pics? Just wondering. And then 2/7/2023. Sorry. They're apologizing for a message that they sent literally like in a different year. They said, and then in 3/7/2023, do you have Venmo? This person messaged me. This is like the funny shit, you know? Like, it's like, what the fuck are you thinking? Oh my god, I almost all these people blocked. Oh, here. Hi, not sure if you look at these messages. I enjoy your stream and share your values. I thought that debate yesterday was really oh, wait, maybe this isn't that weird. I don't like the dumb, ridiculous jokes they had on you. Oh, what? Why did I ban? Oh, I think it's just because, never mind, that person was being fine. I think because they don't support the messaging system anymore on Twitch, generally speaking. I think that it just makes it seem like, or it makes it so that it shows up like you block them because it just is how that works. That person actually was fine. It wasn't anything crazy there. Well, hold on. I gotta scroll down more. Oh, here we go. Hey, beautiful. You are fun as fuck, lovely. How would you like to make $900 after stream with your fine self? Oh, I used to have like a banger one. Wait, that's an actual friend of mine. I know I called you a rotten succubus, but I kind of miss you already. That's some shit that I feel like you'd say to me. Chicken. Do you see how hard I'm simming for you in Zerka's chat? Or I don't really have the most fun examples, but you kind of get like the gist of a bunch of that shit. You absolutely would say that to be chicken. Not the simping for you and Zerka's chat part, but the other part. Oh yeah, can I snip your... No, they didn't say that it was actually a reasonable conversation. I just assumed because it shows that, I guess, if you don't like follow them, that you have blocked them because Twitch doesn't really support the messaging system anymore. But no, it didn't get weird. Anyways, let's finish this fucking video so we can get to a actual finishing point. It's getting late.
By Korea's Samsung and SK Hynix alongside the Japanese firm Kioxia. Also, for those out there going, what the fuck did you just say? Those are types of chips that are needed for any type of computer. That's all you really need to know from that.
So this didn't actually happen, but speaking of Zerka, I want to create this like goofy narrative that I beat him up. Because Zerka's like a gigantic, like, you know, Hassan-sized guy. And, you know, I'm just that strong. So, if you guys could proliferate that narrative, that'd be pretty cool. But I just think it'd be funny.
But the real concern is how expensive semiconductors from TSMC are going to become. They're based in Taiwan. And
I'm gonna publish this shit on YouTube so you can't be like, oh, I didn't see that.
It's impossible to understate how important they are for tech. Like, look at the closest tech.
No, I physically beat him up. It has to do with my physical strength. I'm just stronger than he is.
thing to you, which is probably your phone, it has TSMC parts. Your computer, your
We
laptop,
1v1'd in
TSMC.
a
TV or monitor, probably
boxing
TSMC
match and I
stuff.
won.
Even things that you wouldn't consider techie, like your car, it's filled with TSMC components. And that might come as a surprise to you because, you know, it's definitely not one of the big tech names that most people would recognize. And the reason for that is because TSMC doesn't
This idiot doesn't realize I'm driving one of these. Really would have been great for the joke if I could have remembered what I was looking up. And not be distracted by that cute dog in the lower right. Chicken, you know old cars. What's like the OG car? Yeah, OG car. Not this one. Well, it'll work for my joke.
How's it going? All right. Hey, I have a OG.
Oh, Ponsar. Jesus Christ. Model. You did actually know what I was looking for. I was looking at Model T Ford. This.
Floor. Your right pedal is your brake. The middle pedal is reverse. The left pedal is a clutch. Now they call it a clutch, but it doesn't work like a standard clutch that we use today. I'm going to show you how this works. I have a
Dude, Model Ts are so fucking scary because look how high up you are. Like, I feel like if you take a corner wrong, you're gonna just bail out of the. You're gonna like fall out of the side.
brake over here.
Where's the gas pedal?
There is no gas pedal.
Okay.
That's a great.
Have you heard about telepathy tape? Have you heard about like how to come into a chat correctly? Okay, I like your background of your profile, so I'm not gonna ban you immediately.
Great question. You're saying, how do I make it go? You see this right here?
New to Twitch, we got a nice ass picture of that bird.
Accelerator.
Ooh, now I don't believe you.
So it has a hand throttle.
There's a reason the old timers call it the Model T dance. Getting the car to move smoothly where you want it to go is a complicated process.
So you're gonna push your gas.
Asmongold be out here being like, women can't drive cars. Because, you know, his audience said that or something. Dude, did you guys see that Asmongold said that, like, he 99% thinks that the Holocaust happened? Why are you hedging? XQC actually had a good take on that. Where he's like, if you just do the 99% thing, all you're doing is hedging because you're just trying to appeal to the Nazis who are be like, oh, it was 99%, then maybe these things didn't happen. Maybe, like, because a lot of, like, Holocaust denial is just this bullshit about, like, well, maybe this didn't happen, maybe this didn't happen. Like, that's what Holocaust denial is. Like, well, if this door didn't make, they bought a door where it doesn't even, like, that's where all this shit comes from. Like, you could just, like, nip the Holocaust denial shit in the bud and just be like, no, Holocaust happened. You know what? I can do it right now. The Holocaust fucking happened, bro. There's nothing to argue about. Like, if you want to talk about history, we could talk about history, but there's nothing... You don't start off having a conversation about history being like, well, I 99% think that this happened. Fucking insane. He's hedging for us, but yeah, so, I mean, that's exactly what he's actually doing. Well, wait, never mind. We're getting too ADHD, but I'm literally trying to... we're having too much fun here.
You gotta push your left pedal to the floor.
Yeah, the fuck do you mean 99%, bro?
Nice.
Like, why even say that, you know?
All right, now let your gas up, and let your left foot up.
Whoa.
Now you're in second gear.
Okay.
You're doing wonderful, and I have to tell you something. You're the first person I've ever driven with for the very first time.
God, it's so cold. How the fuck do you do anything? I am not a cold weather motherfucker. I don't understand how anyone does anything that cold.
Install the car
Really?
How old is this car? What? Like over like 100 years, right? Model T H? Around 115 years old. I'm sure that car is more of like a What's the phrase for it where it's built out of like its parts? Where the name comes from like a ship that is built out of it. Maybe this particular vehicle is one of those. You get the concept of what I'm talking about. But yeah, the ship of Theseus, thank you. Ship of Theseus, which just means that maybe parts here and there have been replaced. And you could maybe say that it itself might not be 115 years old, but I'm sure it's close enough.
Oh, God. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed.
The Model T has an...
And Andrew Tate thinks women can't fucking drive. They can drive this insane shit. They said that there's no brake. I don't know, did they explain this yet? But there's no brakes. Which is, you know, crazy.
Inline 4-cylinder engine with only 20 horsepower. It could go up to 45 miles
20.
per hour if you're on a slight downhill with the wind behind you. The normal speed for a horse and buggy is 5 to 8 miles per hour, so this was definitely an improvement. Oh, and here's one more idiosyncrasy with the Model T. The 10-gallon fuel tank doesn't have a fuel gauge on the dash, so you kind of just have to guess how far you've gone and assume you get about 20 miles to the gallon, which, it should be noted, is better gas mileage than many cars on the road today. Here's the biggest surprise. The Model T
well, that makes it more exciting.
Is actually pretty rugged. You don't have to be precious with it. It did great in the snow. Model Ts were actually made to be able to cross farms and mountains in inclement weather. You just had to be sure to carry extra blankets when you did.
Well, you just stop, and then eventually you stop.
It was 12...
You have to bring a stick with you to, like, to prop into, like, the side of the road, and then, like, eventually you'll stop.
Degrees the day of my driving lesson, and I was definitely wishing the heating technology was a little more advanced. I'm pretty sure that back in the day, the cold didn't dampen too many spirits. The quiet clicking sound the engine makes when the car runs, the wide leg space, the comfortable leather seats, and the beautiful interior brass details all make for a smooth, fun ride. It's no surprise that Henry Ford became so successful with his new...
Is there a way to get rid of this? I feel like a lot of videos like are so disserviced by the fact that it has like the you want to watch this next? And I get why they do it. I'm not like inherently like mad about it, but I wish I could just like make it go away because like look at this shot. Now I can't see the rest of the car.
New creation. This was the car that really started it all.
Okay, but they explain. I think I skipped over it at the beginning. I'm not going that much back, but they basically said that there's not really a brake. It's like you it's not the way that like in the modern day we have a brake. It's like either you have it on or you have it off. And then you had like an emergency brake that just locks the wheels, which again is not how brakes work practically. How brakes work in you know the common, or not common, the modern world, is that you know you have a brake thing that like will put pressure against the wheels to stop them from moving, but they don't just like cut them. But they basically, because if you were like at a top speed or whatever, and you wanted to not be at the top speed, a lot of times it would be more effective for you to just reduce your speed than if you were to, especially in like wind or like icy climate, then to just cut your wheels so the wheels lock and then you just skid, because then you have more like a momentum behind, like then you just have like gravity behind you. I'm not going to go out of my way to explain that more because for one, I'm not an expert, and two, you get what I mean, and if you don't, I don't care. All right, can we finish this fucking video? Jesus
To sell
Christ,
their
we're
stuff
already
to you
over
or me.
time.
Instead, their stuff is what makes products from companies like Apple, Nvidia, AMD, and Intel possible. In fact, TSMC is so important.
Aaron egg-shaped personal nuclear reactors is available to sell in Texas now. To sell?
Their CEO said they would make their foundries inoperable rather than give them to China if there was ever an invasion. But then with all that said, it brings us to the question of, well, then why is Trump even floating this tariff plan for
They
chips,
would engine
pharma, and
brake
steel?
with
Well, the short version is
authority.
that Republicans think that it'll boost domestic productions, especially in these industries which are arguably national security concerns. And notably, that's something that both Republicans and Democrats actually agree on, because the Biden administration was also working on boosting our production. That said,
Well, technically, a transmission could be a brake.
one of the key things here is that the two sides heavily disagree on how to do it. Or we saw Biden sign the CHIPS Act, which set aside $280 billion to help build chip foundries and
Wait,
manufacture.
also, what do you? Oh, you mean on like the drive shaft and shit? Okay, fair enough. But my whole concept of why braking is different now is not inaccurate with that with what you're saying. The idea of just straight locking the wheels is really bad, and that's how they used to do it. I guess it wasn't like locking the wheels, but like locking it. You would just lock everything in place. So like it would, you know, be very dangerous.
Manufacturing centers here in the
You know what I'm
U.S.
saying.
However, we're seeing Republicans disagree with the approach, with Trump saying yesterday.
We don't want to give them billions of dollars like this ridiculous program that Biden has given
Why does he sound like AI? What the fuck?
everybody billions of dollars. They already have billions of dollars.
Does Mike
They've
just
got
look
nothing
crazy? And why does this Congress thing look like it's going over? What the? Why does this look like this is AI? I don't know why I would think it was, but I don't know why this looks so weird and it sounds weird.
Money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed billions of
Sorry,
dollars.
what about Joe?
They've
What?
got nothing but money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed an incentive. And the incentive is going to be they're not going to want to pay a 25, 50, or even 100% tax. They're going to build their factory with their own money. We don't have to give them money. They're going to come in because it's good for them to come in.
Well, as we learned from our previous conversation that with our boy Vinny, and how we're gonna make the money? Question mark.
They're giving them money. They don't even know what they're going to do with it.
Now, notably
Exactly.
here, it seems like the major tech companies did have a plan on what to do with the money from the CHIPS Act, despite Trump's claims. Like Intel is working
Maybe
on new
that's true,
facilities
Andy.
across the U.S., while TSMC is opening a $12 billion foundry in Arizona. And then all of that, it brings
Again,
us
we're over time. I do want to finish this last section, but if we have somebody to host here in a few minutes, let me know. Oh, it's nice, right?
to the next question of, well, what will the end result of all this be? And there, it appears like in the short term, costs would rise dramatically. Almost every company uses foreign chip makers in some capacity.
Are you feeling better? Feeling worse? Did you eat anything? Razor texted me earlier and he's like, I just threw up all over your car and I ruined your shoes. And I was like, what? He just was not feeling well. And he said, yeah, it was horrible. He cleaned it all up, which was nice, but it was just so funny, like the text out of nowhere. We're like making jokes about shit, and like he's like, yeah, I'm gonna come home. I'm not really feeling that well. And he's like, I threw up all over your car and I ruined your shoes. Sorry, I don't know why that was so fucking funny to me. Chai's-on, we'll host her after then.
Costs
Well, I want to
import
finish
the
this
products
section.
are just going to be passed down
Sorry.
on to consumers, so that chip makers in some capacity and costs to import the products are
Thank
just
you,
going to be
Chicken.
passed down on to consumers, so that Apple, Nvidia, and other companies can maintain their margins. But in the long term, who really knows? There are arguments that increased domestic production will make it so that American-made chips are as competitive as foreign ones in American markets. But at the same time, protective tariffs like this have happened in the past. And
Oh
they were-
yeah, sorry to begin. If you forgot where this began, because you know ADHD. If you want to buy anything that's gonna have a card in it, cars are going to go fucking insane. I think, with how much they're gonna cost. I don't think you're gonna be able to buy a car. The idea, I was thinking about this earlier, about like the idea if you have like a 2-family home, even if it is the nuclear family where it's like, I don't know, a mom and a dad, they're both working and we don't have public transit, you know, in here in Texas specifically, but like you have to have 2 cars. Like you're not going to be able to function in the world. Specifically, your Euroids will laugh at us for this. Maybe the Canadians will understand it, but like our fucking horrible zoning laws are making it so like you can't be within like walking distance of a job or a school. You can't be within walking distance of a school or a job. Like they just, I don't know. It's the fucking you like my new background? But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you can't be anywhere close to actually living near a business unless you're in like some weirdly like a privatized community where they have like shops in the bottom and then apartments above, which should be normalized. That should be the normative thing where like you might be able to have a shop below you and then live above it in like your apartment. That used to be very normal, but the only places that they can do it are like the domain, like where it's all privatized, because our zoning laws are dog shit.
Oh,
I did summon her. Can you take them out because they're gonna be annoying to him? I want them waking us up at like 3 a.m. What was that? Both of us for not letting her out.
We're devastated. Living straight, and according to groups like the Semiconductor
No
Industry
zoning is
Association, production in the U.S.
so
and
that-
Asia, it's
Well, yeah,
not
you
a
have like the old school zoning where like yeah.
Glass is scratched on our door. That's from.
Hi, Maki.
one-to-one comparison. According to groups like the Semiconductor
Prime
Industry
Market.
Association, production in the U.S.
Yeah,
and
but yeah.
Asia, it's not a one-to-one
seen her when
comparison.
she
They're
was
saying
really
that
upset?
making chips in the U.S. is flat out more
Above.
expensive. Salaries are far higher, cost to build factories are higher, cost of raw materials are higher. And so taken all together, it would mean that for a domestic chip to cost the same as a foreign one, some
There's
kind of
some zombies though.
tariff would have to stay in place, which in fact is something that TSMC has also said when talking about its new Arizona facility. But then the counter argument to that is if domestic production leads to innovation and the US becomes a powerhouse chip maker, it could mean that the best chips come from the United States and it cascades from there to balloon the industry. There's also, I will say, the national security angle. Right? These industries are so important that you need a domestic version just in case some kind of war breaks out and the US is cut off from foreign suppliers. I mean, that's
I don't disagree with the concept of having more chip makers in the US. However, we don't really have the infrastructure for that. Again, building something with that type of like, it's not like you're building a factory to build, I don't know, like chairs. Like you're building a factory that when you talk about chip manufacturing, you have to have like climate control, like, and not like in the way that you're like, oh, we have AC. I mean like climate control where you would have to like have like suits, you know, to go into it, because these parts of the like these chips have like incredibly delicate parts that that literally in some instances you wouldn't, you'd have to like kind of like CDC style, like have like your whole shit there because your breath itself could fuck up a chip, you know what I mean? Like these are, smells like Florida. You smell it? It smells like Florida. Sorry. And these places are not going to be built within like Trump's presidency. So again, why the fuck as a manufacturer, Razor, what do you think about this argument that I had? Why the fuck as a manufacturer, whether the tariffs are the tariffs are a thing, right? Why would you bring your manufacturing plant that took you probably like 10 years to build because you have a very specific amount of requirements? Why would you, as probably not an American, move it to America when it's not going to be built within the same administration? You know that none of this shit, like the tariffs themselves, it seemed that you would just wait them out, right? Like there's no reason.
A lot of these
But you agree with what I'm saying with that, like, okay.
A lot of these countries don't trade BRICS.
Well, it's not even really a relevancy with BRICS, but like, yeah, they will. Are you saying that they will start doing it? If you wanted to undermine the U.S.
We're not an advantage.
Yes, they're gonna.
We'll start trading with them.
Exactly. That it was exactly my point.
And they can cut us out.
Yeah, exactly. Because why wouldn't you pick that? Why wouldn't you pick? Oh well, if America is gonna be a psycho that's about to like kill me every time.
China is being like, you should respect sovereignty.
Yeah, they want China. Yeah, but no, China literally wants to be the global hegemon. So I don't know why we're giving them like the dub for no reason.
My favorite was when like they asked Trump about BRICS. Like talking about
well, that's
Brazil, and he's like, when did Brazil get in there? That's new.
What did he think B stand for? Wait, what other country starts with a B? Bolivia? They think that Bolivia was the B in BRICS? Well, didn't he also think that what else did he? Yeah, he thought Spain. That's what it was. He thought Spain was the S, which is South Africa, right? It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Yeah, Bhutan, maybe. Bosnia. Can you imagine? All right, let's finish this. We're almost done.
Why we subsidize farmers despite the fact that foreign crops would be cheaper without. You know, we live in a
What? Elon Musk has never had a best friend.
world where things can change, boom, like that, and not having our own food supply could be catastrophic.
To
But
upset
regarding
NATO.
the chips, right? I do want to hit that everything that we're talking about as far as how this could play out.
In Project 2025, does it say that we're gonna leave? Does it say that we're gonna leave NATO? Again, just read Project 2025 and you'll be like, you guys didn't. It's like you're pre-watch Andy. If you actually read Project 2025, you're basically a pre-watch Andy, because they're doing exactly what they said that they were gonna do, and you're gonna look at everyone else being like, you guys don't know. It's the shit that like they talked about the DNC, bro. They're doing exactly it. That's why everyone in your life that voted for Trump, tell them to kill themselves. Fuck it. And I don't mean that like you're wishing harm on them directly. That they should feel so guilty and feel so ashamed. There's two options. Just be unashamedly a piece of shit and admit that's the case, or kill yourself. But they won't do anything. Again, the idea of me saying that you should kill yourself if you voted for Trump is that I know that nobody would. Because they have no shame. You have to have shame to be suicidal. Generally speaking. And they don't have that.
We really do not know. We truly won't know if this is a win or a loss for years to come. But arguably, that is a completely separate thing than how people are going to immediately feel this. In the meantime, prices will go up if these tariffs are put into place. So I guess we'll see how expensive that Switch 2 is about to be. You know, the most important electronic.
The biggest disappointment is that they didn't call the Switch 2 the Swazoo. All right, on that note, speaking of somebody who shouldn't kill themselves, Chai Bunny, because she's a fantastically talented artist. So I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to her. She's probably not going to be as spicy as I've been today. But oh my god, I'm excited. I'm to see tomorrow. RFK, 9 a.m. That's going to be some spicy shit. I'm not going to be streaming it because, you know, I have work tomorrow, but I will be watching it. So in spirit, if you're watching it, I'm also watching it. So, oh, it's going to be some spicy shit. I was hoping that Dylan was going to stream it, but I'm assuming, considering his current status, that's probably not going to be the case. And again, a lot of my heart, I can say this, my heart goes out to Dylan without having to Kyle, because that's not that hard to do. But I'm gonna go ahead and send you over to Chai. Again, if you guys are gonna watch the thing, maybe be in the Discord, because I'm sure Chicken will be commenting on it along with all the other community members. Even though I will not be live, because I think I'm probably planning to pop in there, because I bet we're gonna see some wild shit. What's up with Dylan? Dylan had a house fire and his house burned down, and also his cat unfortunately passed. So give Dylan some love if you can. But we are gonna send you to Chai Bunny and join the Discord. I'm planning to be present there tomorrow, and seeing RFK is gonna be crazy. But we're gonna send you over to Chai, give her some love, and have a great night, and we will see you at least in the chat tomorrow, or in the Discord tomorrow. And if you're mean to Chai, I will be disappointed in you. I don't know why you would. It doesn't seem like I even have to say it. I just was trying to run out the thing before I could say raid now. All right, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.